Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, whatever it may be, wherever you may be. I see that you just rated me, so I sat down here to say, what the? So I asked my girlfriend if I am the only one she has been with. She said yes. I got that one. Excellent. Good morning, Viking Nephilim. Good morning, Grey Paladin. How are things out there in the great wide world? I see that you rated me from D Live. It had a very interesting logo in front of it, and I was kind of like, huh. No, it looks like you rated me from Twitch. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm guessing that's a yes. Well, this glove must have a hole in it because it's totally not doing what it's supposed to do. All right, new gloves again, you guys. Looks like I'm going to have to order another box of gloves. From Twitch. Okay. Well, welcome, Raiders. I am Captain Madlove, if you do not know who I am. And this morning is Technical Tuesday, which is also known as Coffee with the Captain. A little bit better time zone for my folks from the UK and Germany, Ireland. Let's see, we have some folks from the Netherlands, I believe. And turned out that I got quite a few DMs asking me if I would consider one of my days maybe a little bit earlier. And we decided on Technical Tuesday, and it has been a grand success. Let's see, we're not going to be doing any alcohol bathing today, so we won't be needing that. And we are probably going to change up that rainbow palette that you guys see there. We won't be doing that this morning either. What were you working on, Grey Paladin? Thank you guys for anybody that followed. I see that Munchkin followed. Thank you so much for those follows. If you guys would be a sweetheart and pop into YouTube for me, but exclamation point links, it'll bring up all my links. And if you would be so sweet as to go to YouTube, if you are not a subscriber there, would you do me the sweetest favor and subscribe? I will tell you that I am working on status quo basically with YouTube. And we still need another 500 followers. Our first goal is 500, and I think we're pretty close. Somebody let me know when you pop in there how close we are. Oh my gosh, Goomba, yes, Tuesdays are early. This is what time I start on Tuesdays now. So Technical Tuesdays, you can come and hang out. Did I see Jakey go by? I thought I saw Jakey. I've been thinking about Jakey. I am doing well, Jakey. I've been thinking about you, so I wasn't sure if I actually saw you or if it was all in my head. So I have already finished my coffee for the morning, you guys, and I will be working on my energy drink and some hydrate. We're going to be doing a little white armor in here today. Yes, Viking Nephilim is in here, and he delivered me a joke today that I 100% got. I don't know if that's just because I'm fresh off the coffee or if I actually just got the joke because maybe I'm a little quicker today. Okay, that one is too big for it. Damn it. Okay, well, that means that the smaller one that I ordered should be the right size. I did order 2, so there's that. Got a few things on the desk here that we've kind of been doing. If you guys want to see a few things, let me get my camera right. It's still leftovers from a co-stream, so let me zone in for you guys here. That looks about right. How's that feeling for you guys? That's a pretty messy. I suppose we could probably clean the rainbow up off of there, and that'd be helpful. Oh, do you? You do you? Well, you know what, Jakey? The last time you sent me something free, it became one of the most wonderful things on my desk. I have so many paintbrushes that it's not lucrative for me to buy anymore, but I do. Your brush is called the eyeball brush. And look. Hold on, I gotta show you. Okay, it's got its own little dealie. And when I'm and then when it's all clean, so it had its cleaning, right? And it had its cleaning, and then it goes in its own little container. And notice the container is much taller than the brush, and then it goes over here, and it only gets pulled out when I do eyeballs. So my email address, you know what, Jakey? My email address is super easy. It's captainmadlove@gmail.com. Oh, or were you asking me for my real, my physical? You have my physical address. My email address, Jakey, is captainmadlove@gmail. I do everything Captain Madlove, Captain Madlove. I also have a website now, Jakey, if you want to include it in your stuff over there. CaptainMadlove.com is ours. So if you'd like to do that, we will be setting up your link on our website because of our collaboration. So that should be fun. Because you give me prizes. So let's see. This guy here, you guys could probably use a little help. Let's give it a little help. I shall show you what I do. It's not anything terribly complex. Little paper towel, little 90% alcohol. The 90% cleans the paint off a lot better than the 70. Let me see which ones I got. Yeah, I got 91 and 70. I think that the 91 does a better job cleaning, though. I really do. All right. So we have some things. I heard something about that, right? Oh, I'm so sorry for you, Jake. What do you have for synthetics, though? You know, Jakey, some of those synthetics are, seriously, I got a line of synthetics in the studio right now that I use, and there's a couple of them that I like just as well as I do my Kolansky, believe it or not. Do you do any synthetics? I dumped the other one of these in the cleaning vat, I think, in the resin room. Oh, surprise. I have something to tell you. Really good news. I shall be doing a box opening this evening. Hi, FML. I'm doing a box opening this evening. Our printer arrived. Our second printer. How are you doing this morning, my friend? You got my invite, but you didn't show up, right? Did you get my invite? I wanted to invite you, even though you weren't a Patreon, to our Patreon gathering one time so you could kind of see what it was about. It was a busy weekend. After July, so starting in August, we will be changing the every third Saturday to every third Sunday. So that because I can't stream that Sunday anyway. So it came up. Geek said, well, why don't we just use the Sunday to, it's our regular hours and do the stream for our Patreons, since we're negating a stream in order to do a stream. And so we'll be doing every third Sunday starting in August. All right, let's see here. So we're doing the white armor on the Drakari figure. Did I get that right? Drakari. Yes, I know, right? Right, it was Father's Day. Wait, a new pool, new RPG books, awesome new miniature to paint. Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. Well, we paint all night long in there, FML. I'm just saying, all night long. So let me see. Where is my little Drakari fellow? Yeah, so I cleaned again. There we go. I put all the minis I'm working on and all the minis I show off in one safe location. This is the guy we're going to be working on. We can steal this guy's magnet. That sounds like a great idea. I'm always hungry after a stream too. I am. What's the new mini that you got to paint? FML. Oh, did you? Oh, excellent. Uh-oh. I bought two-sided tape for this, you guys. I did. I bought a new tool for the studio. Let me go upstairs and grab it. Is it? Oh, it's a pirate. Ooh, I'm going to have to look. I'm going to have to look at that. First, I'm going to go upstairs, you guys, because you know how I hate tacky. Okay. I mean, I'm just, you guys know. I mean, anybody that knows me well enough knows. I like it for stuff on the wall. I like the blue tacky for like temporarily holding models together and stuff. But boy, I'll tell you, if you're working on something for a minute and you leave the tacky there, especially this warm time of year, I'm not a very big fan. Hello, Green. Jakey's in here too. I'm going to run upstairs and grab my two-sided tape. I just ordered it. It should be up by the door. And then I'll be right back down. Hang tight, guys. So I got a dog bed, but no dog. All right, guys. So, cording, you know this model. Yes, you do. You actually know it personally. Okay, so according to my friend and colleague, so we're designing
Where's the kaboom?
Hello, Dave.
There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
We have a new mini holder that we're putting together. Okay, this is the design has been revised, so it was sent to me for review and breakdown, like what works, what doesn't work, what do we need to improve, etc., etc. And so this is called the Grim Grip. And one of my things is really hating tacky. So the gentleman who designed this, who engineered it, came up with some different ideas. One of the ideas that came up that worked really well. Okay, hang on just a second, you guys. Hold on, Jakey. I got to make sure I have internet here. I do. I mean, sometimes I don't have the internet on my screen is what I should say. How are you doing, Dave? How are things over there? Dave is over spending some time with Orcrist Gaming, you guys. This is what I have. If you go !links, you can go to my link tree and click on my Amazon if you decide you want to order this. Remember, pennies on the dollar, okay? And every little bit that comes back to the, oh God, you guys, sorry with the itchies. Every little bit that comes back to the ship helps. This is what we're using. And that's what I am going to use to fuse the, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little piece of this and I'm going to put it on the bottom of our little guy. Okay. Let's just, now you don't want to stick it to anything else because it doesn't like to come off. And I really don't know that the scissors are currently here. So I'm going to try to use the razor knife here. I'm going to be real careful, okay? Don't worry, I won't cut myself. Okay. There. Now, we take this and we stick it to the bottom of the miniature. This is actually designed for clothing hems, for putting hems on clothing, okay? What you do want to do before you stick the magnet on the mini is you want to make sure you have the right polarization. So if you have the wrong polarization, right, it's weird. It doesn't stick quite right. If you have the correct polarization, it sticks and doesn't dance around on there. So you want to make sure that you have that so that it sticks to your Grim Grip, right? And then we're going to turn around and put the magnet on the bottom of the mini. Now, this mini only has, this mini doesn't have a lot of area to stick the magnet. So I'm hoping this idea will work, because she's got the open slots. In a case like that, I suppose some kind of little filler on the sides and then stick the magnet. Oh, yeah, I heard that there was. Now, the magnet's really strong, so let's see if this idea works. Okay, so the tape holds it, all right? Now, the miniature has been revised, so there's some, the holder has been revised, so there's some things that go on with it right now that are not happening anymore, okay? But the object of this is to be able to get your miniature in any position that you want, including upside down, and still be able to hold on to your miniature and do the painting. Okay. The other thing that it does is it makes me able to use my posture ball so that I don't have to worry about the miniature, the size of the miniature holder getting in my way. I can actually just put my hand on top of this, rest it on my ball, and then still have my mini holder doing its thing. Now, what has been revised is that on this one, you place your finger like this, and that's how you hold your mini in position. So you just let it lean against your finger and then turn it the way you want it and hold it against your finger, turn it the way you want it, etc. All right. And then if you need to get it upside down, then you can turn it upside down. So basically this kind of keeps my fingers off the mini. The whole idea was that I use this ball, and in using the ball, it interferes with my ability to hold on to a lot of the holders because my hand, you'll notice it doesn't, like when I've got the holder, and then if I'm resting the holder, you guys are only seeing the top of the mini while I'm painting the side of it. So he designed this so that use with the posture ball, it would be more convenient. And we have actually made some improvements on it prior to the Kickstarter going live. Now, let me check Jakey's email really quick. Okay, yes. I got it. I got it. And I will go, thank you very much. I will go over that when I have time to give it a read, Jakey, but it did come through. You did not go in the trash. Oh my gosh, my nose is so itchy today. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's just what it is. All right, probably one of the neighbors did a little lawn activity. We've been having a lot of storm warnings, and it seems like the older guy that lives down the way, when there's a storm warning, he'll go out and mow before the storm. All right, we are going to put down a fresh palette because we're going to be working with a lot of much lighter colors. So that having been said, I also thought about an idea involving this where you could put really, you don't even have to go get a metal plate. You could put a cookie sheet in front of you. I just thought about it the other day, you know? You just put the cookie sheet here because there's a magnet on the bottom of this, and it will magnet and stand straight up so that you can work on your mini with it standing straight up. If you didn't use the posture ball, this right here, we're still working on manufacturing for that. It's going to be a minute. I don't really expect to launch it until maybe 2022, to be honest with you guys, but we're working on it. You know, you can only do so much at a time. You can only do so much at a time. Jakey, thank you very much for what you sent me in the mail. I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys are doing well out there. Green, I saw you come in. We're going to do a little more work on our Dracari here and get it up to speed. What I'd like to do is be in collaboration with the folks that made this. Oh, I had something else that I wanted to show you guys. So what I was saying before I interrupted myself so rudely was that the new printer is here. Now, I don't know what we got. We'll have to ask Geek, and he's actually at work right now, and I don't remember the name of what he got. I remember it's very exciting though, and what's really cool is it's a medium-sized printer, so now we can print things a little bit bigger than we have been. So I'm pretty excited about that. Got a couple of really good prints off of it. Not the new one, the old one. We got a couple of really good prints off of it now. So Geek's really dialing in, you know, printing. And we have a pre-order in for a really big bad boy that's not showing up until October. So, mostly that's for use. Our printers are for use for our Patreons and personal use. So we're not going to do the become a farm thing. All right, there we go. That way we can get some really good colors out. Nick was nice enough to change my pots for me, so there's that. Don't really need any ink, but we are doing a little pin lining today, so might be using some ink there. This is one of our little prints we recently printed out. This is by one of my very, very favorite, all-time favorite designers, you guys. Can you see that? There we go. I wonder if I primed him. If I primed him, I bet you guys could see him easier. I'll give him a little prime job so you guys can see him easier. Good afternoon, maidens. How are you doing? How are you doing? Let me grab that gray primer. You go. Oh, there it is, right there. So give it a little gray primer and see if we let him have a little primer. And you know, I said we weren't going to be doing any alcohol baths. Yeah, and here we are. Here we are. I'm not going to do an alcohol bath today. That's fine. Oh, Blade Mark, you're working and lurking. Totally cool, my friend. Totally cool. I just like to make doubly sure that all the excess, everything is off of them. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Just cruising along here on a Tuesday morning. We got a little tiny print off the printer. It's not what I'm painting, but I thought I would give it a little primer so everybody could see the detail a little bit better. They could see it. We got a new printer, a medium-sized printer, so we'll be printing some things that are a little bit bigger here in the near future. I think right now our max is about, well, if it went straight up, we could probably do about 100 millimeter, but 75 is about average for the bigger things. Here we go. Like, well, I guess maybe she's about 100, but see, she goes straight up. Geek printed her. She's missing her airbrush and her paintbrush. That was our first Captain Mad Love. So Geek printed her when we first got the STL file back. There was a few changes to be made to her, and it got sent back to the designer for that reason. But she's a little bigger than a 75, because I have a 75 up there, like 2 or 3 of them, and they're about maybe this tall. So I'm gonna say she's maybe 100, 125, thereabouts. But she's standing straight up. So the printer that we have can do that if it's standing straight up. Now, if it's sideways, like the mermaid that we just did, then you don't get as big of a miniature, because it's taking up more of the plate, because it's from point to point, depending on how you angle it. So there's that, which is super exciting. Oh, this isn't watermelon flavored. Good morning, Use Your Wood. How are you? How are you doing? We are going to put a little bit of primer on our artificer here, just to see if I put the primer on him, if you guys can see him better. Hello, Vicness. How are you this fine morning? Goomba, are you working and lurking, mate? Is there anything? By the way, it's Tuesday, you guys. On Tuesdays, if you'd like to share your work, or your details, your deets. Oh, you're up late, mate. Then you are welcome to put them in the chat today. That's how we do Tuesdays. That way, I don't spend any extensive time on a technical Tuesday in the Love Gallery, because you know how I get lost in people's work. This is a, I don't even know if you guys can see this. This is a little artificer, and I felt like if I went over it and gave it a little bit of primer, the blue resin that he is printed out of is so bright. It's such a bright color. When you get the lights on it, it's almost neon, and it just bleeds out all the details. So that's probably why they don't show up. See, on the subject of needing a base on my mini, see, I need a base on my mini so that doesn't happen. So my minis will stop jumping, and my cleavage, actually, it's my cleavage that bounces forward to save them from falling on the floor. My balloons are saving them from landing on the floor and getting a boo-boo. I'm so excited about this book. I'm going to put writing in this tiny, tiny book. Yes, I am. Not right this minute. Today we're doing white armor. Just a couple of people that were going to show up for this, and I thought while we were waiting for them to show up, we'd go ahead and put a little primer on our artificer here so you guys can see the beautiful detail on this guy, because it's amazing. Like, it's amazing that he is so small and so detailed. Let's see. You've got earthy brown, really earthy brownish tones, and you need a yellowish green. Well, tell us all the colors you have, Beckness, and let's see what we can come up with. Dave's out there. Dave's got every paint in the universe practically. Orcrist is out there. Orcrist is a master of blending some of the most unusual colors. Or maybe he's not out there. Did you say Orcrist was gone? Maidens, what are you up to this fine morning? Everyone, tell me what you're up to on this Tuesday. I know Blade Mark is working. I know Dave is at over visiting Orcrist, our friend, which is super exciting. I know Bitterbrush is not out there, and I want to see my puppy. Does he stream at the same time as me in the morning? Anybody? Bitterbrush. Bitterbrush's dog is my friend. Tell us what colors we have to work with. Okay. That's a little layer of primer, and then we'll put another little layer of primer on here in a minute. In the meantime, we'll put out some colors for our Dracari. Uh-oh. I almost forgot what colors I was working with on this guy. So we're doing a glow pistol, so I know that that's the neon green. And I've put away all my colors, by the way, you guys, which is so proud of me. Let's see. So in working with this white armor, we were using, that has to be a teal that we're using for the shadows. So just so you guys know, white is not hard. Let's see. What do you have? You have a lot of different yellows. You're trying to get a yellowish green. Hold on. You have a lot of yellows, 2, 3 greens, 2 reds, about 3 to 6 browns, 2 blues. Oh, thank you. I'm working on it. We're working on it. Okay. So you want a yellowish green blend. So the easiest way to get that with what you have is to tell me, to go whichever your yellows you have. Do you know the difference between brightest and lightest? Go to the brightest yellow. So this, let me show you. This is a bright yellow. This is a light yellow. Go to the brightest yellow you have. The brightest. And then go to, yeah, the bright. And then go to the greenest, like color crayon green. Like think back when you were a kid and you had a green color crayon. Go to the most color crayon green. The one that looks the most like the green color crayon when you were a kid. So you want something that looks like this. Color crayon green. And actually, we have to mix this color that you're talking about. Yeah, we have to mix this color that you're talking about. So let's just mix this color that we're talking about. Because we have to actually make this color. See? You want a yellowish green, right? Well, we have to mix it. So let me mix my colors. So find your color crayon green and then type into the chat what brand and what color. I'm guessing that you're looking for something like this. This to mix up. That's yellowish green. That's actually Moot Green by Citadel, which normally I don't really. What are you talking about? Oh, Alexa's telling me something. Kind of, okay. So the brightest yellow, and then you wouldn't happen, like, I'm guessing you don't have a green this color, right? Like, otherwise you wouldn't be mixing it. So you don't have one this color. But you want the reason that you want the color crayon green is because you don't want a green that has too much blue. And you don't want a green that has any brown. Good morning. I was just talking about you. Did Sushi tell you to go watch The Captain? Did she tell you? Did you get my message? She found out about the newsletter. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure who told her, Bitter, but I think maybe it might have been the bear. I mean, it's just I'm suspicious. It could have been the raccoon. It could have been the raccoon. But you know, yeah. And so she's yeah, I know. And now she's like she does not understand why she's not in that story, and she totally wants to be in that story. And I told her she cannot be a moose or, you know, an elephant, that she has to be, if she wants to be, so actually, mostly she wanted to be a mermaid. I was like, dude, you can't be a mermaid. Can you just be a really good dog? And she's like, I'm already a good dog. So you guys are going to have to collaborate and let me know. You know, I kind of like her being the dog. And she told me if she could wear rhinestones, she would consider the dog position. So we might have to fork up some rhinestones. Yes, see, look, there's Vecna saying I was missing you. Okay, let's see. Let's get you zeroed in on this so that you can see our color mixture. Let me know when you've got your greens over there. There's the green we're looking at. Plain old, I'm a kid, color crayon green. Now, we're only going to use this for we're only going to use this, you guys, for the gun. So we don't really need a whole lot of it. It doesn't go really on the body. Green, darling. Can you remind me what teal we were using on this armor? What we mixed for the shadows? I know I used too much of it and got excited, but I actually forgot what it was. I need to start taking a photograph of the colors we use, so when I come back to it, I know. I know, right? I guess any teal will work. So basically, you guys, what I'm doing is an icy white armor. Okay. So what I want you to know about white's one of my favorites. And I recently, I commissioned somebody to paint, and I was interested in the conversation because it's not the first person, but one of the things I wanted was yellow, and they were kind of like, oh, yellow, which is not the first commission painter I've talked to where yellow or white is like the hard colors, but I really like them. Okay, so it was okay. Oh, that's what it is. It was like this kind of a thing, a really deep green, and I just, yeah, okay, I get it. I got it. All right, so Vecnus, you use a lot of Citadel paints. Okay, so I don't know what color is color crayon green, but hopefully you have something close to it. Dave knows most of the colors by Citadel. If you have a really bright yellow right over here, I want you to look at the palette right there, because what I'm going to do for you. Hello, Dextros. Good morning. Is you're going to take the really bright yellow, and you want more of the bright yellow, okay? Okay. Yeah, okay. I can mix that. I also it's a dark green gray desaturated. Hold on just a minute. I'm pretty sure I know what I used. Yeah. Yeah, I know what I did. I'm sure of it. I'm sure that I used a Vallejo color and then just, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, because now I have the Chimeras out, but I was using this and I added a little blue and a little black, and so I'll just use the Chimera. Right, exactly. Okay. So yeah, but tiny Vecnus. So start with a little bit, put your brush in your green, like you get a little bit on your brush like that, right? Not even that much, just a little bit, and then mix it in your yellow, okay? Look how green that is. That's really, really green, all right? You want that more. Okay? I'm going to bring that up for you, bud. I'm going to bring that up for you. Hang on. Yeah? And then wherever you're highlighting on this color, you love technical Tuesdays. Okay, so wherever you're highlighting on this color, then you're gonna use yellow in the highlights, and by mixing a tiny bit of white in your yellow, you can make really dynamic, tiny bit of white in your yellow green, you can make really super amazing highlights, okay? And in the shadows, in your shadows, what will work really good is to go kind of cool. So take a blue. Hang on just a second, guys, while I dial this in for Vecnus so he can paint with us, okay? So like in your shadows, let me, here we go. Get you like I'm sure you probably have something that's a dark blue that you paint a marine with or something, you know? So you can, this one's a little bit desaturated. You might not want it because it's got a little bit of a white to it, but this one, the magic blue, I'm sure you have, again, kind of like a color crayon, right? And then the trick therein is to get it cool, you want to get a cool black in there going on, okay? So a little bit. Oh, you prepared something for me? I'm excited. Is it about your character? Oh, Panache, on Tuesdays, we have Coffee with the Captain. It's our new hours on Tuesdays. Okay, so over here, we're over here, Vecnus, right? Let's just focus on that. All right, there we go. So now you're gonna make your shadow. So you're gonna bring a little bit of your green into your blue. And it's just, notice it's just slightly a little bit teal, right? And then you're gonna take and bring a little bit of your black over. And it creates, notice, like a green with a cool tone to it. So it's like a, oh, here. I shall do this for you, my friend. Here we go. Let's do that. Okay, so it was I put a little blue here and then a drop of green, okay? Then we took the black and added it in there, and it creates what's almost like a really dark camo green. And if you want the shadows darker, then that's when you go in your shadows with something. You got Nuln Oil, like Nuln Oil, right? Let me rinse my deal off, okay? You go in the shadow with your, we're not going to spill this. Hold on just a minute. I have it. Hang on. My wifey gave me something. All right. I get in your Nuln Oil, okay? Right? There you go. Little bit, okay? And then on your highlight, hang tight with me, guys. Yep. Midnight blue, good choice. Midnight blue with a little bit of black. Okay, a little white. Right? Plain old white. And you're gonna make a highlight. So you have some areas you want some highlights. See? Nice highlight. Nicey nice. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to read all of that this evening. Panache, I reached out to a few people and I'm pretty excited about it. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I didn't send you the questionnaire, Panache. I'll send you the questionnaire tonight. Yeah, right. So it's, yeah, I know it just really, so, and that's basically, and then like this here, when you do your last shadows, if you have anything like, do you have any of the GW clears? Like, you know, the clear colors that they sell? Yeah, no, it's okay, Panache. I'm going to send you the questionnaire tonight. At the moment, no. Okay. Well, don't buy them. Instead, get the Army Painter washes. Let me show you some. So they're really inexpensive. Hang on, let me see if I can find the one I'm looking for here. Green, strong, mid. Really? Dark, darn it. Actually, you know what I'm going to recommend? Vecnis. Are you in the UK? Or where are you? Oh, we got 500! Woo! You guys, woo! Yeah! Right on! Right on! Okay, so what I want you to do is go online and look for this Vecnis and get some on your desk. Dick Blick does deliver worldwide. And you can use my link. It does not give you a discount, but it will send you coupons. And it helps the boat out too. We hit 500, you guys. Yes, the Army Painter shades, though, Vecnis, if you can get those, they have a blue shade. And I highly recommend like the blue for your cool and purple for cool shades in the shadows. What really works good in green, you want to see something dynamic? You don't have purple. You don't have purple. You need some purple in your life. But we will go there later. We will go there later. Right now, get this Dollar Rowney Payne's Gray. Write it down. Everybody needs this on their desk. This is absolutely essential to your life as a miniature painter. Payne's Gray. Okay? And then, so yeah, these are, but what's really killer in the shadows for green is purple. Okay? So you've got a warm green palette. So doing a blue will work. If you don't have any inks, what I want to show you, so here's a really good ink, Green Stuff World. Green Stuff World, they usually stain, but the Green Stuff World and a little bit of black. And look at this really nice, cool. It's kind of like Payne's Gray, though. If you have that Payne's Gray on your desk, you can tint it with any one of the cool colors, and it's the bomb. It's the bomb. But this would be like a cool color. Like, see, it would just be really good in the greens. It's a little cooler than this. If you don't mix any green in your blue, just mix black in your blue paint. I'm gonna take a little blue paint. Go back to that blue paint. Yeah. Let's see. Blue paint, right? And then don't mix the green in it. Don't warm it up. Tiny, tiny bit of black. And if you can get a cool black, it's better. You got Nuln Oil? You got Nuln Oil? Most people that have GW have Nuln Oil. Nuln Oil. Okay, Nuln Oil. Now, you don't ever need Nuln Oil if you have Payne's Gray. Nuln Oil. Thinning to make shadow stuff. See, you want shadow to leak in all the cracks and everything. So make shadow stuff. There. Look at this really good, cool shadow. There. Delicious. That's a good shadow for over here. Yeah, that'll add a lot of light. Red is good too in the shadows on green. But if you don't have clear, it can be a little bit challenging. It'll get weird. The red really get weird. Rakescarred Flesh Shade is probably Rakeland that's warm. It's warm. But it is red. Hold on. Oh, I have Agrax Earth Shade. Wait a minute. Hang on, guys. I gotta see. Wait. Good morning, Ishan. Yeah, okay. Don't use that in the shadows. You've already got all these beautiful warm colors. You want your shadow to be cool. Cool shadow, because it's going to make your miniature pop. It really does. It makes the miniature stand out so much better when you can give it cool, when you give something that's a little warmer some cool shadows. And you just want to thin it and add the layers so that you can see, like, you don't just want to like, you know, wash it on. You want to add this in the recesses, you know, build your shadows. You can always put 2 or 3 or 4 layers of shadow, but if you put too much on at once, yeah, you don't get to go back. Oh, what is green art doing? What have we got? Oh, wait, hold on. Isn't that weird how Siamese are so talkative? What have you got, my friend? Oh. Oh, okay. You're helping with the Discord. Okay, thank you, Green. Oh, okay, okay. Perfection. I'm looking so forward to doing all this reading this evening. It's going to be my evening reading before bed. You've been working without the Nuln Oil. Well, I have to figure out my homemade, we're going to flip this around for you guys now. I have to figure out my homemade Nuln Oil recipe. I lost it. Yeah, bad, Captain, bad. All right, let's put these away. Okay, so that's a little bit on the cool shadows on the warm subject. And look at this cool thing that Studio J and my wifey gave me to keep me from throwing my pots of GW wash all over myself. Oh, and you get your fucking, oh, you finished something. Oh, okay. You know what though? Mine doesn't let me do that, but I shall go here to look. You finished something. Let me see what you finished. Oh! We should have put this in reference. I'm going to transfer it to reference later. Oh, that's awesome. That's because that's a reference for people that are painting this. That's great. You are so sweet. I'll just bring that right up. Thank you. You are my hero. That is weird how those Siamese cats just kind of are so vocal. So yes, what I can recommend to you, Vecnus, if you have the opportunity to get it over there in Australia, is see what companies are available to you. I think Dick Blick, they ship worldwide. So if Dick Blick is an opportunity for you, let me know, because I can tell you what thing to order that will replace the other thing. So like in the artist's world of painting in general, I can tell you, like if you said, oh, I can't get this, what can I use in place of it? I can tell you a regular artist's brand thing that you can get to replace it with. And I'm pretty sure Dick Blick is worldwide. Yeah, that's what I thought. Except I did green gun. Okay. Oh yeah, I was doing the wings. Okay, let me put these away. Putting them away. I have to put them away to keep on top of it. But all right. Back to our Drakari friend. That was a lesson in cool shadows on a warm mini for Vecnus, our friend there, who is working on something. Vecnus, will you do me a favor? Photograph it with your phone before you start. Okay? And then as you go along the journey, so that you need to see you do with, so you can see side by side. When you look at them, oh, you'll be able to go, oh, then you know, rather than just remembering. You're actually able to physically, tangibly watch it change, and it's really inspiring. Okay, back to this little baby. I do need glasses for this. I don't know what I'm thinking. We were putting out a palette, and I got excited with the greens there. I hope that somebody else might be painting something green and that helped you out. And Green Art of Colors loved it because he loves green. All right, let's see. So I was using green and then I went and put it away. But what I'm going to do is for the, I'm going to try, no, not today. Today I'm going to go with what we used before. I recognize the color now that you sent me the chart. I see what it was we were doing. I'm going to have to take my paints and put them on the other shaker that you can turn on and walk away from. Well, hello, 8-Ball. My goodness, long time no see. Okay, we do need to pick up a little paint real quick, you guys. I keep all my old palette towels, you guys. The ones that are all used up, I keep them under my desk in a box so that if I have to clean up my palette for any reason, or spill water. Oh, don't even worry. Okay, and then we're gonna need this, right? We need our mixing medium. Remember, 5 teaspoons distilled water, 1 milliliter. Golden, Beckness, just let me know what company it is you're able to shop with because I can really dial you in on products. Okay, here we go. We mix that up. That's the mixing medium, which is just a little bit of the paint retarder so that the paints keep a really good viscosity if I'm layering. I use it with all of it. That way it's always the same and I don't have to think about it each time, you know, when I get in a different brand of paint. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Don't forget to try Lilliput, Beckness. I don't know where all his shipping, but try lilliputminiatures.com. He's on my link tree, Beckness. Exclamation point links. And then go to my link tree and he'll be in there. Hello, Agu. How are you? This fine morning. We just covered some green mixing. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat. I did not. There you go. And go to my link tree on that, Beckness. It's second from the bottom. And in there should be Lilliput Miniatures. And check the areas that he delivers to because he has like a really big variety of paint. Just check and see if you can get. You can't get the ink, the FW ink, the Dealer Rowney. You got to get that from a big art supply place. All right, so this is the green I've chosen, which of course I'm going to have to bring this green down because it's like danger zone, people. Let's see. And of course plain white. Now the white I was using on this guy is the Reaper. Come on, guy. Hang out for me. Hang out. I need something to stick this to so it can stand off to the side. That cookie sheet idea is still... Okay, white. And we're doing white, so we're going to put a little extra white out there. I was using neon yellow to make the gun effect. And we were using that regular old Christmas tree green. This yellow, I'm telling you what, this particular mixer, this particular bottle, the beaker on it, it's the beaker, the dropper, has lost its mind. It's always just covered in so much paint. It's too short for the bottle, I think. And then I was using regular old Christmas tree green or moot green. to create these effects is white and neon. You need the neon green laid in there. So of course you got some yellow, because we use the yellow to mix the green super high to get like the glow around the helmet and whatnot. You don't want to stay? You got there. Oh, you know what? I have tacky that I don't like. I don't like the tacky. But there are some reasons for having tacky. Let's do that. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if this green, let's just try it and see if I can make, I can. Look at that. Wow, it's super powerful though, because it's, that's the green by Chimera. So yeah, one little tiny bit goes a way long way. But I can definitely use that neon yellow and mix that super bright green from that if I want to. So that's a good thing. All right, let's see now. We're not going to do the wings today. We're really going to focus more on the armor. Now, if you remember, let me get my hood. Bum, bum, bum. If you remember, when we were working on this, one of the things that we had addressed was the going through, you're making the white armor, and it gets all in the areas on the miniature that are black. So on this miniature, there you go. On this miniature, I made all of the in-between areas black. Now, my understanding is that this is actually skin that's out. So that may not have been in my best interest, but I can, it's still primered. So, but like her backpack here, we did just some light highlights on it. Those bands around her head, inside there where there's kind of like this little area by the armpits where sort of like a bodysuit is what I did underneath of it, except for like this backpack. And then we haven't even done the hair. So on the subject of the hair, I wanted to do the hair something crazy because it would really clash a little bit, basically be complementary. And I'm thinking about like red orange. That's my thinker is maybe red orange, because it'll stand out really good. But first we're going to focus on, what is what is the white armor. So in reference to doing that, we're going to need a really super fine, you're going to need a fine brush, real small, because we got a small mini. And we're going to mix up the shadow colors. We are going to need some blue, all right, there's a little bit of blue on mine. You'll notice mine has quite a bit of blue. I think that really Green Arts had more green in his, go figure. So I could kind of stick with that concept, but since I've already gone with the blue, I'm going to kind of keep with a little bit of blue in mine. So I'm going to put a tiny bit of blue out over here. The Chimera colors are unlike any other color. They are so powerful, you guys. And we will need a little bit of white, which is not the Chimera that I'm using right now. I'm going to be glazing it on. And I also used a little bit of Payne's Gray on mine, because we're going to do a little line shadowing today. That's one of the things I've got on the agenda. I've got white armor, line shadowing, and what was the other thing? The glow effects on the gun. If we can get 2 out of 3 things done today, we will be doing really good. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we are going to correct some of the armor I got. Really, look at the amount of shadow I have. Truthfully speaking, because I've done so much work in the shadows, I probably do not even need those colors out on the palette because she's got enough shadow. So what we will do, and I like to do this first, I want you to understand the reason that white is easy is because as long as you mix your white so that it's not pure white, then you just move from whatever color you mixed it with, whether you want to do gray white, yellow white, red white, whatever color you tint white with. You go from your tinted color up to your light color. Let's just take a moment over here on the palette, all right? Just a real quick second. I'm going to show you something because white is not scary. White is easy, okay? Well, hello, Scooter, and good morning. Let me find the element that creates the white background for me. Hang tight. Okay. I am right here. We're on the palette. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this for you guys in the big camera. Let's do this. I want to do this for you so that you can understand that I don't want you to be afraid of white. Now, I will admit, you know, that it's going to take a little bit of changing up your thinking process. This is what makes the background white. How you doing, Scooter? What are you up to this fine day? We are doing every third Sunday after June. Pushing paint and making a mess. Hello, Misco. Okay. Just like on a little piece of palette here, okay? Let's tint it green. I'm just going to take my white and I'm going to tint it green. I'm going to turn off a light so you guys can see better. There you go. Okay. Okay. We've tinted our white. Pure white. Notice the highlight. Take a color that's deeper. You mix it with the white. You make it thin. Shadow. Shadow. This is using a cool shadow. That's a lot of shadow. point is, when you bring it to the top, you're highlighted white. These would be very, very small, small parts, okay? Like on mine, right now it has too much, right? So we need to bring the white back up. But as you can see, there's a variation here by tinting it that color. You can mix in here and blend them up so you get a better gradient. Now, of course, you're not going to have that kind of room. You're not going to have that kind of space. But the point is that you see how you can make it go all the way up to that plain white highlight. You can tint it any color you want. I will not forget to hydrate. I will not, Misko. Now, keeping in mind, right, we want to keep in mind that what we want to do is we want those areas to be small. I got excited with mine, as you can see, and I ended up with too much blue-green. So we were actually doing a green-blue where we were supposed to be. And I got excited with mine, and I ended up with mine being, too exciting. And actually, I think the white armor shows up a little bit better with that light off, so I'm going to go ahead and leave that off for you guys, okay? Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get that really fine liner. The color I'm going to use in the lines is going to be that Payne's Gray, and we're going to do a little bit of lining, okay? Before we finish, because if you get out of the lines and you get onto your white armor, don't you think it would be nice to be able to correct it? So I generally use a liner for this, but this is a pretty small miniature, so I really recommend a very fine brush that you've got good control over. And I wish this company was still around. God, that bums me out. Let me use one of the ones that I'm working on. Let's not leave that one in the water. All right. Let me see. I got to use one of the brushes that I'm working on. Here we go. Yeah, I like this one. All right, let's give it a make sure we got it clean. It was a development company, Panache. I don't remember the name of them anymore. Was in let's see, we're in 2020, before COVID, we were starting a brush development project with them, and it was really sad. COVID took them out, and I don't remember the name of them. But what I do know is that they were a subsidiary company for developing brushes for bigger brushes for painting homes and things, I want to say. Maybe it was for medical. It's been a minute. It was when I first started the research on the brushes. All right, so I'm going to take a little bit of the Payne's Gray and a little bit of my mixture. And if you really want to make it easy on yourself, you're working with a small brush, you're working in a small area, you're just learning to do this, just put a little bit of the paint retarder out on your palette, and you can, before going in your paint, you can get a little bit of that up in the belly, and it really helps. And we want to thin it because we don't want it at full strength. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to get some of the darker areas. If it's too thin at first, then we'll come back and we'll mix it a little thicker. So what I'm going to do is hit all the areas that have very respectable line shadows in them. Overlapping armor. Okay. And you'll see what ends up happening. I'll compare both sides for you. Payne's gray is a cool color. We want to get all the little areas. Oh, right on. That's the best part of the day, is when it starts coming to the end, huh? I'm going to get a little bit of this right up in behind the wings here. Okay. But I want you to notice what starts to happen. Do you see it? Let's look at the other side. Right? Let's make sure we're focused in. There. Notice how blue that is, and then notice how that's got a little more depth to it, okay? So we're going to go around, and pin lining is a matter of pin shadowing is all about getting the little fine lines. You want to use the very tip of your brush, not the body of the brush, okay? And sometimes you just have to put little dots. Sometimes that's what's called for, because you can't really get any more than a little dot in there. This, as tedious as it is really going to make all the little areas of your white armor and your miniature stand out way better. So every place that there's a division in the armor, like say for example, she's got a glove on here, okay? So I come in there over the existing colored shadows and do that. Do you see what happens? So it starts to divide the armor. On the areas that have shadows, I'll add, like if we're on the shadow or up here like between her legs, I'll add a little bit more, like a couple of layers maybe. And maybe some fine lines to create an actual shadow with it. Like on the inside of the thigh where we're not going to be getting any light. She's got a few little tiny plates on her belly. And I'm going to fill the inside shadow area on them with straight Payne's gray. Because of where it's located. Yeah, right. No, yeah. Well, we actually started getting groceries delivered because I found out that it was not, by the time that I spend the day fighting all the traffic and doing everything I need to do, I get my groceries quicker. I can clean the fridge and be ready for the groceries when they come home. And it really worked out great. Because the amount that you pay them for a tip, it almost costs you that much gas, plus it wastes my whole day. because people. I mean, don't get me wrong. Part of the problem is that I love people. Now, do you see it? Do you see what's happening? Now, when you come in here and you start, well, yeah, they can. They can also be wonderful. And I get very sidetracked if they're wonderful because there's so much anger and animosity out there in the world right now that if a person is really nice, I get super sidetracked. I'm going in here and making those little lines to create the shadow in between her legs. We're going to do each plate and get the shadows in between the plates, making sure that we get them on the other side, especially since the other side is on the inside. Little tiny, tiny lines to create little shadows in areas where also we're going to have to come up underneath her butt here. So we want like a little shadow under the butt cheek. Okay. Little shadow under the butt cheek and then like right up under the booty. Now, mind you, if you are doing a tabletop standards, guys, you're not going to be doing all of this. Okay, I generally do not paint with the tabletop standards, just to let you know. I'm going to take a tiny bit of black and I'm going to hit this area right behind the butterfly wing. Where her armor comes down, and then I'm going to feather it out using a little bit of the Payne's Gray right into that waistline because of this pack that she has on. Okay. Good night, Vecnus. Thank you so much. Oh, you are so welcome. Thank you for coming in. Be sure to take pictures of your guys and let's see the progress. I'm very interested in where that goes. You rest well, mate. This is the side with the light. On the side with the light, I will thin the Payne's Gray, all right? And get a lighter shadow over that original color. I was going to say there's a line for her glove there somewhere. Sorry, I got a duck so I can keep it on screen, you guys. Here we go.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Oh, thank you for that follow. Darasim, thank you so much for that follow. There, get you guys. I want to make sure you guys have a good view. All right, so it looks like we've hit all the areas of white that has like overlap. I just need to get this one glove is driving me bats. There we go. Welcome aboard. Today is a good day if you have questions. Technical Tuesdays is the best for that. Okay, now you'll notice you've got all those areas. One thing that we do need to do is get a little bit of, I was going to use a green ink. And just in a very fine area around the eye. But I'm going to go ahead and use the camera to do this. And what I did is a really, really dark outline. Just a little bit of Chimera paint. So that basically if you look at the eyes, okay, by putting that dark green in the crack, you will get more bang for your buck on the glow of the eye. What have we got here? Oh yeah. Oh, you wait. You put it up for sale? I think I have an account in there that I don't use, Green. Well, hello, Paul John. Long time no see. Then you take and you mix the yellow just almost white after that dries. And I will go in here with the white. And create a white center on it. Let me show you that close up. Hard to see from far away. There. See how that made a difference in the glow of the eye? And that's by actually adding a darker color around the edges. And then I'll put a couple more drops of the white. Oh, it's a website for to leave a vote. Oh, is it like a contest sort of a thing? We should go vote, you guys, for Green Art of Colors. He just made a beautiful work of art and put it up. Let's go give him a vote. What do you win? No, actually, Paul John, I did not stream. So we did our Friday date night, and it was a code stream. And then we. Oh, thank you so much for that follow. Crazy Fuzzy Bee. Thank you. So, Paul John, I didn't stream on Sunday as the short story. So you didn't miss, mate. There, and then by going back and adding a little white to the center, you really get a good feel on the glowy eyes. All right, so now we're gonna go in and we're gonna do the armor thing, okay? No, we ended up taking Sunday off because we had worked way late into the night with our third Saturday. And then we also worked, whoa, nobody. See, and now the tacky doesn't want to work. Unbelievable. I'm all like, I hate tacky. And now it's not working. Because it sticks to everything. Yeah, so we had 2 pretty late nights. And so I decided that I couldn't hang Sunday. It was I haven't been sleeping. Could be because it's summer. I don't know. But anyway, you look at it. I'm trying. All right. So that being said, now we're onto the white armor. So this is the dark side. This is the light side. Okay? Light. Stand corrected. This is my dark side. Apparently, when I was doing this model, I did the light on the left, which is different. Yes, Paul John, it is. It is. This is the Grim Grip. Whee! Okay, so we're going to work on the dark side first because it's more shadowed. Okay. And we're going to use a very, very teeny tiny brush. Well, actually, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come in on her. I'm going to move this over. There we go. So you guys are centered. I'm going to come in on her leggings. Okay. That she has on her skin tights. And I'm going to smooth them out with a filter. Okay. So in choosing the color for the filter, I feel like we've got a lot of blue and a lot of green. So what would really go well is a nice dark green on that area. So we will take our green and I'm going to bring it over here. And because it's in the shadows, I'm going to mix it with a little bit of Payne's Gray. So I'm going to make a very, very deep, earthy, dark green. Okay. And the first thing I'm going to do with that is I'm going to come in here with my little brush. And I'm going to hit the shadowed areas with it. On the areas that need a little more highlight, I'm going to take a tiny bit of the Christmas tree green, okay? And I'm going to lighten up those areas so that I can kind of blend it into the shadows. So she will end up with green leggings on, which I think are going to be a really good match. I will take a tiny bit of yellow to glaze onto the highlight of her booty over here, and a little bit to glaze onto the highlight of the other booty cheek. And I will accidentally get a little bit of green on her armor. This is the side that has the light. So I'm going to really make a little effort to smooth it out. You know what? That's funny you do it. I do it light on the right because it rhymes, Paul John. I always do light on the right, but in this case it's light on her right. You guys? Not mine. Gonna come in here and make sure I get the areas that are shadowed with a nice, want to get a nice gradient. And also I want to get it kind of deep. This way I'm going to get more volume. And I'm really got some attention going to where this wing is laying and her booty, as you can see. Go figure, the captain's paying attention to booty. Okay. Now, the one thing that happened is that in between the legs, the back plates on the armor ended up with a little green on them. So coming in there and kind of correcting that with a little bit of Payne's Gray. And then as we come around here, she's got on this side leggings. We want to get that green in there. I also kind of painted the side of her body with some of that dark green. There's like a waistline that has a bit of a, there we go, piece of bodysuit. And then I gotta get right in here. I'm gonna go back over that armor, but I've got to get these dark lines up in here to make this right. So sometimes what you have to do is paint it and then just act like the paint you put in there is primer and go over it. Okay. I think we got it. Okay. Now we've got green leggings on her, as you can see. Okay. Looks like her skin is black, as in like pitch black. So we might have to do something about changing her skin. We could make her a blue black color, but one thing we do want to do is separate her body from her armor. So I am taking a little bit of blue and I'm mixing it with black. And I'm going to block her skin in. You'll notice, and you'll probably have to come back to fix this, but her heel is sticking out of the bottom of her armor. Chances of having to come back and fix that are high. This is an old Drakari, Eldar, if I'm not mistaken, Panache. Is that right? I was painting it with Green Art of Colors. Is that right, Green? It's Drakari and Eldar, correct? All right, So in doing that, we get some very, very deep dark skin. But also we get a nice fine division between skin and clothing that cleans it up quite a bit. I do have to get in here and get the back of this heel somehow in between her legs. Wow. Okay, so yes, I think that that is correct. Let's see what we have here. This is one of the reasons why you want to do this first. Sorry, very tight spot. So what I am doing to get this is I'm taking a brush with a really long throw, a little bit of paint right on the very tip of it, and I'm sliding the brush in between the little recess right between her ankle and her calf. Okay, you have to be very careful when you pull it out because you will paint on her if you don't pay attention. So pull out slowly so that I could get her foot, which has her heel that is hanging out of her little leg armor guard things, right? And I wanted the heel to also be black. So it wasn't like just part of the foot was black. Oh, what? But I thought this was Eldar. Is Dark Eldar different than Eldar? Okay, my bad. My bad. Correct me then. Correct me then. Okay. Now, we're going to start on the dark side so we can use the colors a little bit darker. Okay. Make sure I get that brush nice and clean because I only have one of those. All right, we're going to go back to the little brush. Here she is. And we're going to be on the dark side where the shadows are. So the light coming in from like 2 o'clock over here means that the lower point of this armor will be... True Eldar would not succumb to such base impulses. What? I'm so confoozled. So the base, the bottom part. Now the first thing that we have to do is we've got the green. I'm not going to mix with this brush. I'm not going to mix with that one. We're going to get a little ugly brush. There we go. And we're going to mix a little bit of the green. Right. And that green has a wee bit of black in it. Ever so slight that we used. That's kind of bigger than slight, but you know, I'm getting used to these colors. There we go. And then it actually had a little white in it. Now we're going to put out some more white. We're not using we're using, oh, yes, I do. Yes. Oh, okay. So they are different than Drakari. So, right? I guess it's like all people are people, but there's people from all over the world. All Drakari are Drakari, but there's certain ones that fall into certain categories or something. Yes, actually, the Vulcan is my favorite too. So I'm bringing it up in different stages. I'm going to take a tiny bit of Jacari. Oh, okay. Well, now I'm super confused, dude. Or dudette. So, because my buddy Green was actually painting Jacari. Okay, these are the stages. Of the white. And that's not pure white. That's just barely tinted white. Okay. So you can kind of see how that goes. Eldari, Eldar, Vulcan. So what is yours then, Green? So Green's was Drukari. Drukari, Dark Eldar, Romulan. Oh. Then I would like the Romulans the very, very best. Like Worf? That's my favorite. I mean, I like Spock, but Worf's got it going on. Worf's got the yum factor. Okay. So, in this instance, I probably don't really even need this darker color because he had already told me that GW lost the court case over copywriting Eldar, so they called the Eldar Eldari and Dark Eldar Drukari so that they could copyright the names. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Romulan. Klingon, right, Romulan. Which one's the Romulans? Name one of them that's a Romulan. I forgot. I'm going to use a little bit of the Payne's Gray in it. And then thin it because it's cooler. And we'll come in here and we'll put it on the lower point, okay? Tiny, tiny bits. And at the back, like where the wings are in the shadows. Okay, at the base of the knee pad, at the where the ankle goes in. Okay, and then I'm going to step it up to the next color. You can go thin it and go right over the first color. We need to get the underside of the armor over here. But hang tight, okay? It will all come together when I start to glaze the other colors on. Right now, it's looking a little intense. Okay, now we're gonna step it up, right? You wanna thin that. And on this side, we don't wanna go with the highest highlight, right? You wanna try to keep it out of the recess. You want this to be thin. Keep it out of your shadow recess. And don't go into your really, really dark shadows with it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew it sounded... Oh, now my paints got really excited and Kind of went haywire on me there. So a Vulcan is not a Romulan? Okay. Once you've got those all in place, I want you to go for the higher color, okay? And that's the color you're gonna put on this side. It's not white. It's not white. It's gonna be as we move towards the light. You're going to use these shadows, these additional colors to tone down your shadows so that your shadows don't look so blackish. And you can do a little wet blending so that they come together good. If you do a little wet blending, you can even include a little bit of plain white because it's going to have really good coverage. And that wet blending will make up for the transition. And you start to pick out the pieces on the armor and make them stand out a little bit more. I'm going to pick out a few pieces in just plain white over here, and then I'll come in. This is one of the advantages to white and why I find it so easy. You just go clean it up. I'm going to get a nice smooth filter on this. And then you can come back in with your shadow colors and correct even more. Well, I do like Spock. And I think I've gone back to watch some of the older Star Trek, but some of that older Star Trek is just a wee bit out there. I have to admit. But maybe that's just because, maybe that was like really amazing in that generation. I'm going to bring up all the areas on this that I want highlights and to make the armor more white by using pure white. And you'll start to see it really develop into white armor. Now that it's got a nice base, you can come in and blend your not quite white colors, and you can come in and develop your shadows a little bit more so that you're getting what you want out of the shadows. You definitely want to have. Thank you so much for that follow. You definitely want to have, some shadow build And in the areas where it's like, you know, for sure there's no light at all, you want to really get that shadow like a little bit darker. So you can build your volumes. Without that, your volumes will lack. So my palette lost its mind. Now I'll come back in here and I gotta make another little batch of my color, because as you can see, everything got really crazy over here. So now we really have like a milky green, but that's okay, because it was this color, right? And then we just mixed a little bit of black with that. Be careful with that black. Get the original color. And then with that, we mixed white to get our dark color. So we had like a kind of it's a little bit pasty teal, I guess you could say, you know. And then I'm also using a little bit of thank you, Echo Shifter, for that follow. I really appreciate that. So now we're going to thin that color. Okay, and then we're going to use that in some of our shadow areas over here. We want to make it kind of thin. This is going to really help us with the volumes. Okay, and then coming back in for that medium color. And we kind of want that thin too, so you can, what we don't want is we don't want that white in our shadow recesses, okay? So keep yourself a pickup brush for that. So I'm going to like take this line and drag it into that line. Okay. Now it kind of does at this point look really greenish, but then I'm going to go back in for the much whiter highlighted one, thin that a little bit, and I'm going to kind of bring that down from the white right onto the armor, even around the corner a little bit, so that we can get that little bit of a whiter effect. Notice it's still got that very icy kind of tealish blue look, but I can't really say that I was terribly dissatisfied with that. I liked the way that it turned out, and that's going to be part of it too. Is do you like what you created? That's her gun, not my gun, Pat. That's her gun. Okay, and then we're going to go in with the white, you guys. How are you doing, Pat? What is up? Oh, Soul Gems. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I'm remembering them. So we got the white thinned. What you working on, Pat? What is today's agenda? And your highlight, you're going to go through all around. You want to get that white in there wherever you can to really express that really nice, strong white. There'll be areas that I come into and just kind of cover a little bit more. I will feather so that I get a good gradient. But what I do is basically by filtering, hold on, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. By filtering, over the colors. My white always maintains a little bit of the color that's all around, but at the same time, I get to build up the whiter areas. Now, one of the things that oftentimes you will have to do, you will find, and honestly, if working with white is something that you don't do a lot of, you might be doing a little bit more cleanup than you expect. So be patient with yourself on it, okay? And mind you, the cleanup is not that big of a deal. So you're working on a nap. Oh, that sounds really, really serious there. So you want to just go in and get your little bit of black that you mix with your color. Thin. And just do your cleanup. Any place that you may have got a little bit of white. If you got a little bit out of the lines. And what it'll do is it'll bring it right back to that nice, sharp, poppy division in your colors. I guess working on a nap is something. Remember when we were kids and we never want to take naps? Since you just that is kind of that's kind of sad, Pat. I'm not going to argue with that. I still feel like maybe it's a wee bit more green than what we set out for, but I do love to paint with some white. Okay, so now we just have a little touch up. All right, you go run your errands. Thank you for joining us today, Panache. I appreciate it. I enjoyed your company and the time, as well as the lesson in Romulans, Vulcans, and Drakari. Dark Eldar. This is Dark Eldar, not Drakari. Did they get that right? Oh my gosh. This is... Well, now you know why I suck at that. Damn it. You'll have to send me a little itinerary, I think. I won't remember it when you deliver it to me in chat. You'll have to send me something like a little, and I can put it on my wall maybe in the studio, and then I'll do better. I mean, at least I am remembering, like I'm getting better and I'm starting to remember different races and things. So if you send it to me, I can print it out and put it on the wall in the studio. I don't remember from one stream to the next. Okay, there we go. Now notice what that side looks like. Let's look at that side. You could even go lower on your highlights if you want to, like the underlights, we could go lower. My camera really does bleach out a lot, so understand that this actually has a lot more shadow on it than what you see. And then this side. See how blotchy that side is? I'll have him make me a printout. All right, we'll do that. I'm going to filter a wee bit of the gray color on the bottom of the armor over here. I just need a little more shadow. Yep. And then I'm also going to do a little division here. And then I'm going to come back and filter that. Thin. Better. She needs a little bit more gray in the shadows, I feel like. I'm not quite getting what I want out of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix it. So in a case like this, rather than using a glaze, I can just mix the colors and then I can wet blend. And this way I am guaranteed to get more of the color that I want. Well, in theory. There's always that risk, though, of getting it in your shadow. And white is so nasty in a shadow. It's just like, no. Ah, hello. Good morning. We are doing a little bit of a... Oh, man. Now I totally forgot what model I'm even working on. See, I thought I was working on... Drukari, and I was doing really good. At least I thought I was, and then Panache got me all confused. And now I was saying it wrong. Now I'm all confused. I don't know what I'm working on. Because I was calling it an Eldar for a while, and then I got to working with Green Art of Colors, And his is Drukari. You guys, I gotta turn the fan on here. There's no air whatsoever. Oh, see, my thing came hold on, unsticky. Hey, TC, what's up? Hang on, guys, I gotta turn the fan on. Gotta get that air moving. Okay. Oh, thank you. Still not getting what I want out of this army. So what I'm going to do with this armor here on the side is I'm going to go ahead and let it go. At this point, just because I don't like what I'm getting from it. I'm going to do one last little thing to it. Okay. Yes, sirree. I'm going to kind of bring the tones down in these areas where I want more shadow. And I'm going to come back in with a little bit of Payne's Gray here to clean up the area where I got into the shadows with the white. I'm also going to take a little bit here there we go. A little bit more what I'm looking for. Then I'll come in and I'll clean that all up with white here in a minute, but that's more what I'm looking for. I wasn't getting the plates the way that I wanted them. So we're going to flip her around and we're going to come in on the light side. Okay. All right, now we're on the light side, and basically on the light side, we just want to go with, so when you're on the dark side, you're going to go with a whole lot of darker tones, little, you know, as if white could be darker tones, okay? And yours does not have to be as dark as mine, but I will use, well, this doesn't really work too good if you do the same concept of, like, say, red, you know what I mean? So we're going to come in here, and we're going to use our shadow tone to go in here and capture a few little things like in between her breasts, for example. Breastplate, in between her breastplate. And then we'll come in for the medium tone. And just kind of get in there right over that. And it'll pull it in. And we'll go to the next one and overlap that one as well. But we really don't want black. You want some dark gray in your shadows, maybe? I've got a spot on the front of her armor that's like really dark that is not working for it. It's working against it. I'm going to use a little bit of the shadow color to glaze right over that in hopes that I can bring that back. And then I'm going to get the really light color, which is not quite white, and get this whole area of breastplate included in that. And then we will take the plain white and put the highlight right on the outside of that whole breastplate, like so. And we will come back again with the white We'll come back again with the white and build it up, because white is, it needs a little help. It is a light color, as you know, the lightest, and it needs a little help. And this is any white color. You can tint it whatever color you want. In this case, I just chose this to be the environment color on my white. Now, one thing that's really good is while you're at it, you can get your nice white spots on the armor on the other side as well, because you're working with the highlights. Oh, hello, Dio. Oh, Dio. All right. Now, we have some fairly good shadows already developed in between the plates on this. Geek's not here on Tuesdays, silly. All right, and we can come in here and build up the inside of the leg, but you can see the outside. So going with the outside, I'm going to mix up a few little batches here so we can get our color going. The first color that we mixed was with a little bit of black. This is mostly the color that we're using because it's close to white, but not quite. So we'll mix up a nice little batch of that. The shadow color. In between. And because I do a lot of wet blending, I don't necessarily need to mix every pile. The variance is very slight, but just enough. There we go. Hello, Hot Sidekick. How's it going? And then, of course, we're going to need a little bit more white. Put that out over there. We probably won't need as much of the darker colors on this side. Like I said, it's pretty well developed, but there are some areas that definitely can use some smoothing and some help. And we're going to need to do inside the legs. And doing inside the legs, we're going to need those median colors to do that. You hope you win? Oh, he must be listening. All right. We're going to build up on this armor. Let's get behind her arm first so that we can at least get the shadow area developed. A little bit of that. And it looks like for some reason, I'm not sure why, but that the plates got missed under here. It must have just been where they're located. That little in-between plate thing that we're working on. It's just so weird. Okay. You guys gonna wave your hands around and jump up and down too? Thank you guys for popping in from D Live. That is so cool. Now we're gonna use our I guess you would say this one is probably our in the middle white tone, and we're gonna go over here with that to get these plates, because this is on the light side, and so we can afford to go a little lighter on the armor over here. We want to give some expression, and the chances are you will have to come in here and touch those shadow lines up again, just because of the way that the wings are riding. You're gonna have things that get in the way, like wings, guns, armor. Armor's the worst. Well, hello, Paint Monkey. How are you today? Paint Monkey, I has a question for you. So you are one of our Patreons, correct? I do not believe that you have been sent the character questionnaire. Wow, that's hard. Okay. You need the character questionnaire. Can you private message me and say, I need the character questionnaire? I knew you were. I was like, there is no way that that person is not one of our Patreons. And I don't remember receiving any answers to the questionnaire. And then I thought, oh, you know what? So we changed the systems that we're working on the project in. So I thought maybe yours might have been one of the ones that fell through the hole when I transferred all the information over, but I don't think so. Thank you. Oh, not a whisper in Twitch, in Discord, because Twitch sometimes eats the messages. It does. Okay. It likes to do that. All right. So I'm getting in all the little areas with now, mind you, on this one I'm using, I'm not using as dark a shadow. I'm using a lighter shadow with a little more volume to it, as in it's a little thicker, not doing the glazing thing, because we are on the light side. We need to see some white here. So I'm going to try to build these white highlights on this side real good. Now, generally, the part that I want to be white, I may end up doing with a little bit of the slightly tinted off-white first. Only because it makes the white go on even smoother. Also, it blends the highlight in really nice. Oh, thank you, Danny. Okay. And again, now I'm going to thin it for the bigger plates so I get a really, really, really nice, smooth gradient on that. These are going to be, these here are going to be more white than shadow because of where they're located, okay? Unlike the other side, I'm hoping when we look at the mini as a whole, it will make a difference. I might come in with some glazes on the Payne's Gray because it gives a cooler effect. As in cooler meaning colder. It definitely helps develop the volume by adding that cool color to what you're doing. Doing a little wet blending for some highlights in here. And kind of blending it down into the shadows as well. So we get a nice transition. Okay, now as we get into here, we can get, you know, we're moving farther away from the light and we can get some of this nice deep gray worked in. I actually did go ahead in this, this is, I took that green that we made with the black. And I mixed it with a little white to make this gray. Because we're gonna need that green also, being as that's the dominant shadow color here. Come back around here to this side, and I can see where we need to come in here and kind of fix this shadowed area on the back of this leg. You can see it. Then we'll be able to just take the green and do some blending right there. Hopefully you can see that even though it's inside her leg as we go to bring the light in there because of how she's holding her leg. We'll let it dry, kind of a little more. Some of the dynamics, this is a Warhammer piece. As a display model, I will accentuate values of light more. When I'm doing a game piece, I want it to show up on the table. So I'm going to come in here and then glaze some white in, thin that white. And I do need to come up here on this fabric and deepen it. We even need to get a little bit of that darker shadow up in there. bring it down a little. Oh my gosh, so often, Paint Monkey. Well, you know, it's not as much the painting, but sometimes the streaming, because I just want to throw myself and my messy old self like down here in my studio with my minis and just like, you know, paint. I like always, it's kind of compulsive. I always want to paint. Paint Monkey. This, okay, so now I need somebody to remind me what I'm working on because I got confused. I thought I was working on an Eldar. Oh, thank you very much, Sidekick. I really appreciate it. Sometimes, Paint Monkey, you just have to sit down and start doing it and it'll come to you. Just sit down and start doing it. Just go. Choose something that you don't have to be finicky about the color on. Yeah, just ignore the feeling and go. So like the areas that come to a point or an edge, we want to get those real sharp. We want a real brisk white on that. So I will thin it. And come to a really high white on it. Again, back to that part of always repeating to you guys about pulling the paint to the area that you want the most volume of paint, the most light. Where we want the most paint to fall, that's the direction you pull. I'm going to go underneath of here and we're going to get the lower portions of the plates and the corners of the plates that are sticking out into the light. Sometimes you just have to press forward on it, Paint Monkey. So my uncle passed away. Friday. And I found out Saturday morning, just before the third Saturday stream. So in the last 7 months of my life, that's 4 people. Yeah, it was yeah, it was that was not, I liked him. He was so he was not my dad's biological brother. But he was my uncle coming up. And the really sad part about it, the part that I think is the most perturbing to me, is that we're going on the 4th of July. For the 4th of July, we're flying out of town. I won't be here next week. I will be here the week after that. I will be gone from the 1st through the 5th because we're going to my dad's memorial. And I was going to see my uncle again. I hadn't seen him since I was a kid. And that was pretty exciting. He was pretty stoked about it. He messages me regularly, shows me pictures of his garden, sends me pictures of his cat, and his daughter. And oftentimes he'll be going through things like doing some cleaning or something around the house, and he'll find some old pictures of us, you know, when we were down on the beach in Mexico, and when I was little and we were staying at Half Moon Bay, and we go down there and whatnot, and then he'll text him to me and he'll go, "Oh, look what I found!" And then every year he always posts pictures from him and Dad's adventures and whatnot. And he was like kind of like my connection to my dad, even though my dad was gone. It was nice because it actually made me and my uncle closer. And so that. Okay, I'm getting to the tedious part where I gotta like do a lot of these super minute little brush strokes. So I'm gonna get better at this. One of the things that I find that I do that I don't particularly like, that I'm working on, is oftentimes there'll be little bits of the paint that I can see under the surface, like a line or something I don't particularly care for. I'm working on it though. I'm working on getting it to where I want it, you know what I mean? I want it to be what I want to see. Boy, underneath the gun in here is something. I'm holding my breath. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm like, whoa. That's kind of like an area in there. That is so cool, you know, and I love when stuff like that, you know, when you come across stuff like that. And my uncle was just so good about sending it. He'd just be like, "Oh, look what I found. We were doing this. Do you remember this adventure? Do you remember that?" I traveled a lot. So there's a lot of little pin lining that when you're all done, you'll have to go back and capture. just to kind of dial everything back in. And as long as you don't lose your details. Now, all these little tiny rivets like that she has on her armor, I will take little lines and line the opposite side of them wherever the light is, which will make all these little rivets really stand out. They're more like spikes. They're more like spikes. But it'll make them stand out. It'll give her texture. That's the word I'm looking for. If you, well, not if you do that, it won't. Hello, Austriel. Good morning. I think I am a little bit by little bit, tightening up the brush strokes. Green, you want to go ahead and drop that, if you're still out there, that link so people can go vote. One of our mates has a work of art, and you guys, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Needs some voting love. There we go. See, so these spikes, if you do this, do you see how it see how it makes them stand out? Like they go from being disappearing in the white armor. Oh, I don't know if that's the one. I was talking about Green Arts. Let me see. Oh, it won't let me copy paste, damn it. That's right. Ever since we changed over to the multi-chat, there's no copy paste on my part. It's no copy paste, she says. No copy paste for Captain. Okay, so as I go through and get the wet blending and the smoothing done, I get more and more of what I want out of something. I've noticed that to really get what I want, and you know, it really does depend on what the end result is that you want to see. A lot of the techniques that I use, I've had a lot of people contact me and tell me, oh, that, you know, that really worked out for them. You know, a lot of thank yous. So it really makes me feel good. I am still working to achieve what I want to see when I paint a miniature. And I think that it's a personal journey for everybody. One thing I do want people to know is that you should not be too harsh on yourself. Don't judge yourself too hard. and realize that it takes a lot of practice. Practice takes time. So basically, it takes a lot of time. Did I get them all? Yeah, because that leg is covered with the cloth. I still think there's this one. And I think a lot of the shit that I notice, people probably don't notice. They'd be like, when somebody notices certain things that I do that are like, I feel like, oh, that really worked for me. I love it. Now to make those even pop more, you take the plain white and the ones that are in the light, make sure that they have like little white glints. It's very hard to get a white glint on your work, you know, when it's all white armor, which is one of the reasons why I work with it. Kind of tinted. So we can achieve that. And sometimes taking the white and putting a highlight where you're kind of traveling through where, not in the shadows, but kind of where part of a shadow is. I'll show you. It really helps things stand out. So like right here, taking it and bringing it down into the shadow like that. It's going to make it stand out farther. We could take like these here and just bring a little bit of the highlight down into the shadow here. This is Warhammer painting, not display painting. So that you get a little bit more pronunciation and a little bit of something happening. Twitch is a bitch. A little shadow, a little highlight right up by a shadow goes a long way. See that? Let me focus in a little better for you guys. There you go. Like over here, she's got kind of this like little area right at the top of the armor, but it's really in kind of a shadowed area. Little edges. Those kind of little things can just really make the character more 3D for you. Now, mind you, if I'm doing it, when I'm doing something and it's gonna be, you know, a piece of art sitting on a shelf somewhere, I change it up because it's a different visual. And I'm going for more realism than I am you being able to see it on a game table. It's never going to hit a game table, right? At least I hope it's not. see if I got the front of that foot right there. That there's just this one area here. It's kind of got me wrapped around the axle. I feel like I could probably get away with a little bit more here because it's facing the light. And probably get a little more volume. There we go. Yep, see, because then her leg, you can kind of see the leg behind the leg. So you're going to get a little bit more volume out of it. We do want to bring the bottom of that foot. Zephyrius, nobody asked you. Nobody asked you. You come in here and be like, oh, ew, on my stream. What's going on? What are you doing? Can't just come in here and be like, oh, ew, on what I'm painting. Well, obviously you can because you just did. There we go. I did a little bit of blending on that. Save it for myself. There we go. Now, if we get that back leg, just a little bit of white right there. There, that's better. And this one little rivet like guys. There we go. You're a bad man. Ow. You're terrible. You're terrible. So what are you up to today? What is going on out there? You can see what we're doing here, and we're making a great headway on it. Oh, so what did you call him? Yeah, so I say it wrong. So I thought I was saying it right and getting the race and everything right, and then Panache was helping out, and then I got all confused. So yeah. So I thought this was oh. Isn't that horrible when you like crash out and it's like it seems like it's gonna be a good idea, you know, like a whole really good sleep, and then hello Pico. Oh my goodness, long time no see. How are you? Pico. I hope that all works out, Blade Mark. That's a rough spot, mate. It seems like it's an ongoing thing in my life, all of a sudden. I don't know. I'm pretty uncomfortable with it. I mean, I just would like it just to take like a little breather. I would like not to have anything weird happen in the family with anybody for a little period of time. Just give me a break. And the people a break. Okay, back to that lining, you guys. I gotta make sure the lining's clean. So you come back in, the paint needs to be clean, the lines need to be clean. Basically, it all needs to be clean. I don't know, I think I got my camera too far back because my hood keeps getting in the way. I feel like I'm not in the right spot on my desk or something. Hold on, you guys. Maybe it's because the model is so small. That's a lot of little armor. You fixing some headphones. Thank you, FML. So, well, the wings are really not done. Let me see. Well, you know what? I've got a whole nother hour. So we've got the armor built. We might be able to lower that highlight on her butt. I think maybe that my teacher would be like, no on the butt highlight. Hold on. Let's I'm gonna put in a couple of glazes and darken that up a little bit. I'm gonna cool it down. I think that that's one of those moments when he would tell me that I am, even though I know this is like for Warhammer, I still think that that might be a thing right there. So I want to teach you guys to do it because, right, there's no, there we go, much softer. Okay. Oh, that's much better. Much darker. My lights kind of look right on through. Oh, I'm so glad, FML. All right. So what we're going to do so that we can get like a visual is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come in here with some, let's see, what do I got? I've definitely got some vermilion. I think a vermilion wash on the wings will go a long way. I'm going to do a vermilion wash on the wings to lift them. This is for visual purposes. Sometimes I will do this so I can kind of see the picture. Sometimes you'd be working on something and you're so close in that I recommend to people to do a little bit of the part that maybe you're not working on, just to kind of get on a different area. It sort of spreads the monotony of the same thing over and over out a little bit. So we're going to take a little bit of vermilion and we'll come in here and we'll put a vermilion wash on these. And it'll help this, you could also refer to this as a glaze, because we're actually, this would be a glaze because we're really not letting it settle into the recesses too much like you would a wash, but thin enough that we can see all the shadows and everything through it. And what this is going to do is this extra pigment is going to pump the volume up a little bit and maybe give you a little bit of inspiration. This is one of the things that you can do, Paint Monkey, you know, to give yourself inspiration. Take something out that you haven't worked on in a long time, not something that you feel like you have to work on, and spend a little bit of time on something that you haven't given any love and just sort of go through the motions on it. I'm really sorry that you're not inspired right now. I know how that feels. Like I said, not with painting, but with other things. Now, as you can see, let's just take a look at this for a minute. I recommend getting something out that you need to paint on. You know, maybe something that's on your, just hanging out on your shelf of shame that you never finished or like that. Now, as you can see, adding a little bit more pigment to this just gives a little bit more life to the whole thing, right? Rather than just having this blotchy like that. You do this and it gives a little bit more lift. It's kind of getting closer. It also, when you spend a lot of time on a mini, sometimes you can feel so close in and like it's just taking way too much time. So freeing yourself of all the small detail and going over and doing something where you can do some big painting and get a result you like breaks up the monotony. Yeah, just something that you don't, just it's been sitting around and every time you see it you're like, "Man, I need to work on that," but you just don't get around to it. And maybe it's something fun and personal, like the little bears that I worked on for Bias's aunt. They're more of an animated style. Maybe you have something that isn't too tedious and just has a lot of colorful stuff on it. Maybe you could paint something for one of your friends' kids or something like that. Oops. Let's not stick an orange brush in green paint. Always painting something for a kid is fun. Because they like different colors than we like. They like bright. There, see, something like that. And then look, we can come in here and be like, oh, let's just grab up some of this extra yellow we have on our palette, right? Look, we got this extra yellow. Get a little bit of that vermilion, mix it in the extra yellow, and let's just come in here and maybe just slop on some of these highlights, because this is the underpainting. So this can, this can give you a little bit of time out. Let's get some highlights in here, because you can see where they are and you can do it really fast and it's going to be good coverage. There we go. And just give yourself something to please your eye, put a little there. See, we're looking at these areas that are already painted in for highlights, so we know where they are. And we're going to come back in and paint over all that and make it all fancy. So why not? Why not just have a little fun with it? We'll just, there's a little highlight. Run along there. And it just gives your mind and your hand a rest from tedious. And sometimes from working on the same project. If you got it, this project's got some different aspects. So, Oh, but now look, you've got all these nice little highlighted areas painted in. And then look, see? And then it just kind of makes it look better altogether. But wait, we could do better than that. We could say, oh, well, we could maybe make a dark color. Like, let's see. How about this? Let's make a little bit of brown and come into the shadows. I a little bit of brown. I made it with some green and some orange. And I'll just come in here and get some of these shadows worked in with a little bit of a drier brush. There we go. Get a little bit more of that. That looks pretty good. Now it's got a little bit of shape to it, you know? It also starts to divide up the shadows and the highlights so we can see what we're doing a little bit more. Maybe give you an idea of where you're going, because sometimes we get lost. Be like, all right, I'm taking a time out here. There we go. Okay, now see. Use up some of that extra paint on your palette as well. Oh, but just you wait. Look at how much better this is going to look. You're going to be like, oh, you know? And sometimes when I get bored, I do really, like, not necessarily bored, but I'm just like, oh my God, this thing is just taking for fucking ever, right? I will really get crazy with it. But right now, look at that. Right? Okay, wait, we're getting some feels on this now, huh? Yeah. Right? There we go. Okay, now you see how that just kind of really, like, oh, that seems to make a lot of sense. Like, it's starting to really come together. Let's take a little bit of black. Oh, that's the Chimera. We got to look out for that. We're going to come over here in the orange. We've got that Chimera black in it, right? Over here where I'm mixing. That's going to make a really, really dark brown, okay? And we're going to come in here and swoop in some of these real dark shadows. Here, let's do this. Yeah. And I'm not getting like super tidy with it, because right now I've been working a lot of tedious moments here on all this. Look at but my armor, it's like, it looks good, but it can just be really monotonous and time consuming. And let's see if we can bring some other areas of the model into the picture and make us feel maybe like we're really getting somewhere. Okay, so look, it's getting some serious complementary action going on, right? And we're just like boom, boom, boom. You haven't done her backpack and finished it yet. It's a good time to do this, because you know you haven't got in there and got crazy with your backpack yet. Put too many details on it, just a few finite ones, right? We're kind of keeping this shadow, this real dark one, up in here close to the center. And we're also keeping the brush a little bit dry on this so that we can kind of not be having it pool anywhere. Get right up in there where there's a good shadow. We got a couple in there. Did we get one in here? There we go. And then all of a sudden, it starts to look a little bit more like where we're going with things. Now we can come back, kind of fix our light directional, because we got light. So the light coming from this side over here, right? Uh-oh, I think her tendril just fell off. It did. A little guy just fell off. I'm using an ugly brush. That way we can get this kind of spread out. And then the light's gonna be darker down here, because you know the light's coming from the tops, and then underneath the edge of these, there we go. This wing's covering that wing, so there'll be some of that action. This wing's the one where the light's kind of sort of farther away, and it's sort of coming through the ends. Still keeping it all nice and dark in the centers there. And then we can come in with some more lighting. We lost our green tendril, which I don't know what I'm going to do about that. That's not something that'll stick on. Oh, they're both kind of bendy. Better take that one off too, or I'll lose them. We'll worry about those tendrils later, all right? And now, to bring that light up, you just take a little bit of white and mix it into your light orange color, because it'll bring it up because it's got yellow in it. And we're going to take the yellow. Stay a little baby. A little bit more of that yellow. And we'll really lift this color with the yellow, which will give us some light dynamics. Getting sloppy. And sometimes getting sloppy with your paint feels good. You gotta have that outlet. Okay, so we have the light coming in on this side, right? We're gonna go right up here with that. Coming like it's coming through the wing. Maybe it's sunlight. Maybe it's LEDs. Who knows? Maybe she's in the city. Okay, now you're kind of coming back to a base color that we had developed for light, which is really good, because when you see what happens with the vermilion, you'll be like, well, no way. Now you have to mix a little bit of white in this to get it to do this. It doesn't really underpaint as well when you don't have the white in it. And we're gonna get that side again. Oh, thank you so much, Sidekick. Hey, Occult, what is up, girl? How are you? I saw that baby in the Discord. It's so fuzzy and cute. I really appreciate that, Sidekick. Thank you. You know, that's a question you would have to ask the geek. I actually I remember a very good number of things about paint. I'm afraid I'm not very good when it comes to the equipment, but I can tell you that if you scroll down, it should all be listed, Pico, in my Twitch. Are you coming from Twitch? Yeah, it should be listed. I know that was one of the things that I had asked Geek to do, so I didn't have to remember. All right, and then we're going to do the other side, okay? And this is kind of where we've got the sun a little bit coming through the wings, right? On this side here. A little bit less as we come down around here. A little bit more as we are focusing the sun up here, right? See? And let's just pick that one up. There we go. Oh, that's getting caught up in your sleep is important. Okay, top of the wing. Ends of the wings, right? Where we're going to get more light. Again. Top of the wing. More light. Do you see it there, Pico? All right. Okay, now we're going to take a little bit of white, thinning it. It's going to make like a really light orange. Kind of towards the ends. Wings are one of my happy places, by the way. If I just had like some wings hanging out, and every time that I got frustrated with the mini, I could just do wings, I'd probably be in a lot better place. Hold on. I goofed up on this one. Okay. This is a goof up. Watch. It's water and an ugly brush. I'm using the side of the brush as a scrubber, and I'm scrubbing the surface. Then I'm going to pick it up and wipe it off on a paper towel and pick it up, and wipe it off on a paper towel and pick it up. I goofed the paint by going in too quickly before the paint dried. So now I got to come back and I got to put a layer on and let that dry. Come back in with a little bit of the shadow part. There we go. Okay, and then I got to let it dry. I came in. We're wiping out. I am, today is the early day. I am 3 hours ahead of a lot of area. Okay, now what we can do is take the black and literally you want a very loose ended you want the brush to have very loose bristles, and literally I go in and I take a dry brush, as in the brush is dry. You don't want a brush that you value too much or cost you too much money for this, okay? I'm using a dry brush. So literally it's not just, I don't even squeeze the paint out. That's the side that's not really getting the light. Back on these sides that need a little shadow, I'm quite literally dry brushing with a dry brush, using the paint with no additional water added. A lot of thick body paint works really good for this. It's very, very hard on the brush that you use for this. And you have to have a really good cleaner to clean them with. Okay, and then we just deepen all of that up so that you get some good look. So you get some really good, vibrant back tone on your miniature. And you always have to clean after you've done that. Look, even if you rinse your brush, the paint doesn't come off when you dry brush. I mean, in the water, really. What subject are you going to stream, Pico? Okay. So, yeah, after you're done there, sorry, I just got that all over my glasses. After you're done, you want to make sure to clean the brush, because otherwise you end up with cured. Hello, Zelius. You will end up with cured paint on your brush. That's a lot harder to clean than right now when it dries a little bit while we're using it. Okay, and once we get that going, right? Now we've kind of got the dynamics of, what are you up to, Zelius? Model planes, trains, tanks. Ooh, automobiles. Automobiles. I don't. I'm going to go with the paint first. So again, going back to that thinned vermilion. Not the one that we have the brown mixed in over there. Now we have the base for the wings. Sweating, waiting for pizza, and then you're gonna deal with some, oh my gosh. Yuck, we had a wasp in the house the other day. But it was really slow. So, all right. Now look at the volume you have built in your wings. And look at how some areas are actually starting to almost glow on the wings, okay, as you build them. And now we've got a really what? Uh-oh, that sounds, be careful, be careful, be careful. Okay, so now you have like this little bit of crazy going on with the wings. Now is a good time. Now is a good time. Oh, wasp. To take a cool color. Thin. Notice I'm thinning it over here, right? This is a wee bit of blue. Okay, and that wee bit of blue got mixed with some Payne's gray. And right in the middle, where the wings come together the tightest, is where we want to get the majority of like our dark color. Okay. Not small enough. My little one. There you are. Okay, now adding a little texture to the outside of these wings. Because the colors are lighter, there shouldn't be any issue. Hold on, let me come this way. There we go. Because the colors are lighter, there shouldn't be any issue with the colors showing up. We're going to take and mix a little white with our yellow because that's going to bring the yellow up to a higher level so that when we put the yellow on, we can get more of the pattern showing because it'll lift the white. Also, when we go over it with the white, you'll be able to see it. Just a little texture.
Welcome aboard the Black
There you go.
Pearl.
Comrade, thank you so much for that follow. All right, so now you've got some texture on the outside of your wings. You got smooth on the inside of your wings, okay? Grab up a little bit of white. At the very edges. Okay. You will still be able to glaze this or wash it if you want to. We will be bringing the bones up on the inside of the wing, but the first thing that we're going to do is get that all out of that brush. And then I should have a brush here somewhere that allows me to, my little scrubby buddies. That's not it. It should be a very, very broken ugly brush. Here she is. Very, very broken ugly brush. This one's been around for a minute. Okay. Hello, Snick. How's it going? Again, with the kind of dry. We don't want the paint to be like too super runny for this. You know, not too thin. Super, super ugly brush, all right? This brush is a long time damaged, just to let you know. I made. Hi, Dark Side. How are you? Oh, I'm so excited about freaking creating your guy. I can't even stand it. I get to do all the reading tonight on everybody, and well, I have to do a box opening. Where are you at? How's the travels going, mate? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh my God. I did not expect you on an early day. Okay. We are creating a, oh gosh, and I keep getting the lingo wrong here. On our little person, it's not Eldar because the Eldars have the jewels, and then I think I got corrected earlier that it's not Drakari. I think I could be wrong about that. They're in South Carolina. Are you enjoying the barbecue? I do love me. I do love me some Carolina barbecue. I do. Thank you so much. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Ooh, you are. Oh, I'm so jello. I'm so jello. But I'm happy for you. All right? There you go. And then if you just want to make that a little bit more dramatic. Ooh, you just stopped for a quickie. Aw. Well, thank you. We're definitely getting some painting done today, I'll tell you that. I've got all the armor tuned in. And we decided to take a break and just kind of, I wanted to show how, wings can just be really relaxing. So we're just kind of finishing up a little bit of work on the wings here, just sort of giving them a little life so that you can sort of, I don't know, feel like you're farther along than you are, but going the simple way, I guess you could say. So you want to get real dramatic with it, right? Then you take that same ugly brush, and I'm just gonna hit the tips here. You travel safely, Dark Side. We expect you back, because now that you're gonna be a guardian, you got to return safely all the time as part of the protocol. Okay, that's for your little bit more dramatic effect if you guys want to add like a little more drama to what you're doing. So you get a few more colors on it. You just get a little bit more vibrance from it. And then, that's right. Good, that's good to know. And now you've got like a little bit of a frame also for your mini. So you've got this little bit of, I would love me some South Carolina barbecue just about now. Thank you so much for stopping in, Dark Side. I appreciate you. I'm going to do a good write-up on that one for this round in the newsletter, you guys. We have a couple new characters coming on board. Let me see if I can dial that in for you guys. There we go. So now you see you get a little bit more vibrance. Look at all of the complementary action you've got going on, right? Okay. Now, if you really want to spice those wings up. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're so naughty. You're so naughty. I think I was licking down to my elbow when I had it when we were there. It's like that cooking stream I did with the lemon frosting. That one. Okay, so what we can really do to make this pop. Hey, Kraken. Here's what we'll do, you guys. I'll give you some crazy. Somebody give that Dark Side Creations a shout out and go give his Instagram a follow, you guys. He's got some good stuff over there you want to look at. We need to give his, oh, I got stuck. Let me give that Instagram some love. Who's got that? Who's got that? You still out there, Dark? Give us an Instagram. Give us an Instagram. I'm going to move this baby over here. And we're going to put down a little bit of this because it's orange. And we're going to see. Now I'm going to test an area because Turbo Dork can lie. Thank you, Blade Mark. Okay, so you want to be careful when you're doing the Turbo Dork thing, okay? Because sometimes what you see is not what you get. And so we are going to do a little inside panel here. It's okay. It's definitely orange. I've put them on before and had it not be the color that the label said that it was. So we're going to mute it down and then we're going to fix the bones later. Okay. Give a little bit of sheen to it. This will make a little bit more dynamic for you here. We're going over orange, so you're definitely going to get some vibrance from this now. But we come back in here and we're going to take some of that out. Yeah, you guys go over and give that Instagram a follow for me. That's one of our mates who takes really good care of the captain and the crew. And he's, I think, I don't like it. And it's going to leave a dark spot. But better a dark spot than that little lump. Okay, so we're going to go in there like that, right? That's 2 layers. Not quite dry brushing. It's more like damp brushing. How many follows did we get over there for Dark Side? Are you guys going over there and giving him some love? It is. It is. All right. Now, on this part here, you want to thin it. We're going to get rid of that brush. We're going to get an ugly brush and thin the Turbo Dork. You do need some retarder medium. Right? When you go to do that, you've got to keep them in suspension. All right? If you don't keep them in suspension, they don't work good, and you're not going to get a really pretty metallic effect. You're going to get a junk effect because you will have thinned them too much, and then the metallic gets away from you. Yes? Get a little bit of that dynamic going on. They dry pretty quickly. Okay. Woo. Oh, so it's when you have a little more moisture on your brush. So there's dry brushing, which is really bad for your brush, and you got to make sure that you stay on top of it. Okay, so that's when you're literally using a dry brush in the paint. And then dry brushing, you'll put the brush in the paint, get some paint on it, and then take as much of it off on a paper towel. It's a moist brush. Dip it in the paint, take as much off on the paper towel as you can, and then go at what you're doing. And then damp brushing is when you don't have as much paint on the brush as it takes to paint, but enough to get paint on there, but you're not dry brushing it. So it's between dry brushing and regular painting. So it takes a little bit of practice because you got to get like just the right balance. And it does have its own effects. Most specifically, it's what makes feathering easier, I think. Now I'm going to take the inside of these wings. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to see what colors I've got in clear. Raiklin's got a little bit of red and it's glossy. Let's check it out. Yep, this looks good. This is GW's Raikland. I'm actually using the glossy one. I have had no reason to use this up until now because I don't like glossy. But being as we are painting some very elaborate little wings on this character, I think glossy will work just good. So we're going to glaze with the Raikland. And you see how you see the difference, right? It's all weird and shiny looking there, but then it starts to kind of come down over here. And of course we'll come in and fix the bone portion of it. They put a glaze of this on here. And maybe a little bit of a wash right up in there around the bones to get just a little bit more shadow around the bones. Don't really want it pooling anywhere and leaving any of those rings. I don't really know if shiny out here is going to be a good idea. But what I am going to do is come back for my metallic brush out of my metallic bucket over here. Do you notice how as we build it, it begins to turn a little bit orange on the tips of the wings? See how that built up to that? Right? The layering of it. It has a little bit of metallic in it. I think that on this one, probably what would actually work, and I've got a little bit of it still hanging around the studio, is a little bit of Nuln Oil. Actually, I probably have another bucket of that because I was pretty fond of Nuln Oil for a minute. Now, did you see how those are building? I'm going to pull the Nuln Oil out onto the shadowy parts. So we get a darker, it's going to notice the fade begin to take place. Right? I'm going to hit this with the blow dryer. That always works really good. Now on the outside here, we came in with the null oil, so we could come in here again until you're tired of your build. On the turbo door, till you decide, okay, you know, it's built up enough for you. Gonna get into the null oil here on the inside of the wing. Moving towards the bone helps me keep the majority of the liquid that comes off of my brush as I'm glazing this in. It'll help all that pool a little bit around that area, and that's okay because that's the darker area where we kind of want more darkness, is up by the body, like an armpit, right? You'll also notice that it downshades it so that you know, you have more depth to it. Notice this one and this one. When you're looking at them, how one frames a little better than the other. Oops. It's also matte, so that's going to make a difference. And just remember, you guys, so Technical Tuesdays is like all about learning. So don't be shy to ask questions when you come in here on Tuesdays. It's all about you guys. That's what I'm here for, is so that you can learn and enjoy the hobby that you have come to know. And I may not have all the answers, but I will tell you this: if I don't have the answer, I will go find it and bring it to you. There you go. Okay, so these are going to need to sit. They need to cure a little bit. We will come in and we will be putting the striations of the bones in. And on this part here on the front, we will probably even do an additional layer so that we can bring the dark out just a little bit more. Maybe even there you go. It's personal. It's personal. There is a technical aspect to it, Austriel, but in reality, it's very personal. I tend to like shadows a lot. So if I'm not careful, I will drown my miniature in shadows. This is Warhammer painting more so than display painting. As you learn to display paint, you will have like a very specific, if you want to, you have a very specific direction, say that the light is coming from. Hang on. Excuse my messy desk, guys. I actually just cleaned my desk, to be honest with you, and I already have everything all around me. So if you are display painting, your light is coming from a very specific location. Everywhere you look at the model, you won't see, you know, each side looking like the light is coming from that aspect. That's what a lot of people refer to as, you know, Warhammer painting, because you look at it on the table and no matter where you are on the table, you can always see it. When you're display painting, then the light's coming from a very specific direction and you get more realistic. Well, not that this is a realistic project, it's not, but you get a more realistic visual of it. When you are looking at your highlights and your shadows, you can look at it and know you don't have enough. The hard part is, and this is the weird one, have I added enough highlights, or does it look like I haven't added enough highlights because I don't have enough shadows? Or do I have so many shadows that there's no space for highlight? So there's a fine balance. I highly recommend looking at some hey, how you doing, Pascal? I highly recommend, there's a book called where is my book? I think I might have taken it upstairs to read it, Austria. It's called Light and Shadow. I can link it to you. Good, good. We are like very, very close on our Drakari. Hello, Lazio. Hello and welcome. I think it's called Light and Shadow. I do not remember who it's by, Azriel, but what I can do is I can link it to you. You can get it used on Amazon for a song. Well, hello, France. Bonjour. And I think it's a very good way, a really good explanations on light and shadow, because quite frequently a person keeps trying to hide. This is the most common. They keep trying to highlight it, but really what they need is more shadows. And that will make it look like you have more highlights. It's very interesting the way it works. So it really is a dance, you know, and it is very personal depending on what you are trying to achieve in the work that you are creating. For example, if I am creating something that's going to go on the game table and people are going to play with it on the game table, right? It's a different set of dynamics than creating something that we're going to set in an area and look at. Because when you look at a display piece, you are looking at it as it is presented to you. You know, you don't walk up to a canvas and then pull it off the wall and look at the back, right? No, but a display piece might be on rotation, and even then the shadows and the highlights give the feel of what you're trying to represent. In Warhammer painting, I like to get a little feel, but what I've learned to do is really tighten up to where when you look at it on the game table, you're just really getting a dynamic pop from it. The problem is that I painted myself into that corner. So what I don't, coming to miniatures, what I don't recommend is painting yourself into the Warhammer corner. Okay? So give yourself the freedom to create pieces you like to look at, right? Because, you know, you are an artist that does all of the different types of art. So before you tune yourself into Warhammer style painting, I recommend making your pieces little works of art. Or learning to paint fast and getting your pieces on the table. Yeah. So like if you have a game set and you want to play, then by all means, because the fancy Warhammer painting's not any easier than display painting if you're doing it fancy. You spend a lot of time on these little guys, okay? But I painted myself into a corner trying to achieve these perfectly smooth blends, and now I have a blend that is literally by one of my senseis referred to as the Warhammer technique, because I just blend everything nice and smooth, and then you look at it from all the angles and you can see light everywhere, and it's just not real life visual. So I'm working on coming back out of that. This type of painting right here is like really like we just did on these wings, right? This is super easy for me to do. And if you wanted to learn, like say you want to learn to paint some wings on your guy really quick, well then you know, here we are. But if I was going to take my time, hang on just a minute. If I was going to take my time and then I wanted to create something for my own eyes, it tends to take a whole lot longer, but then we'll end up with something more like this. Now this is just the beginning. This guy is just in the first phases. And I haven't worked on him in about a year. So this is the lightning dragon. This takes a minute. And this is the way I like to paint. Hey, Ginger. Yeah, you remember that, Ginger? Thank you, Austriel. So this is the beginning stages. What this really was all about was a study in metallics, showing people you could use them without, like the whole thing doesn't have to be, there's a way to use them where you really can accentuate the model that you're painting. You can use them for purposes, you know, they are a tool. GW3 color, but that's a way to get them on the table, Paint Monkey. That's right. It's right. And so in doing this, I mean, I really enjoy working on it. Now, one of the things that disappointed me about this was I wasn't very good at paying attention to mold lines and things when I first did this. So while I was painting this, I literally had to carve little mold lines like out of his mouth. That's how you first learn to paint. GW3 colors and a wash. That's a lot of people that are doing tabletop do it that way. So this was a real learning experience for me. And I intend to finish him. You want to see his partner. Now see, these are designed with a visual. The idea is the kind of old 70s vans, you know, that everybody would put all the artwork on, 70s, 80s, the beach vans. And these guys are designed like that. I'll show you a few of them that I have on back burners over here. Dark Side, stop. I thought you were gone. Oh, you like the old 70s van style stuff? So here's my other one. Thank you, Dark Side. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is his partner. She's also got metallics, but done. They go like this. Thank you so much, Dark Side. So this is like this is called Dance of Death, but my version is Courting Dragons. So these guys are courting, and I still have several panels to finish inside her wings. But this is like, you know, those vans that had all the fancy airbrush work on them. She's a lava dragon, as you can see. from she's busting out on the sides of her body. Basically, it's kind of like internally, he's the lightning, and internally, she's the lava. I've got to get, and then I still have to do all the panels on the back of her wings. And this is quite a bit of work, especially since I tried a different technique. I like this technique here that I was using. I used to paint motorcycle tanks. I decided to try to simplify it. I did inside the wing like this. Now, if you look, you'll see I'm over here, right? I still have to do this one, but I tried, and I this is what it was like. I didn't like it, so I had to come back to this. And this one doesn't have its white built up in it yet, but basically, this is quite an adventure. And then I have another one here that I'm working on. This is for a D&D table. Kind of a different take. And this was a kind of a group tutorial in using the metallic to capture some of the textures. And creating color shift with color shift. So you're using a color shift paint, but you're using them in a way to create a color shift pattern by using 3 or 4 different color shift paints. And then I realized it was Christmas colors afterwards. So he's still got a bit of work to go on him. He needs, like, you know, all of his little striations and whatnot, but definitely for him, it was getting the body to cooperate with the glow that was the challenge. At first, I didn't have a glow on him, and then it just didn't look right. And then once we got the glow on, of course, he needs his nails done and everything. He needs his nails done. He's got some scales in it, but he's pretty close. He's close to done. I feel like I had a little bit different idea, but then once this all came together, I liked the way that it looked just like this. I was like, oh, well, it has a kind of an ominous effect to it. You know what I mean? It really does. And I think that, you know, inside of a little cave or something for a D&D game, it's got a good dynamic. So I left it alone. And those are our dragon friends. Well, I really do appreciate all the follows. I really appreciate the donos very, very much. Dark Side Creations, thank you so much, my dear. It's truly appreciated. The tips. And we are actually, at this point, I've got a video to cut today, you guys. So we are going to take this party and we are going to go give the love to someone else. I feel like we made a pretty good progress here. Now, after you've done all of this, by the way, you will come back with your flat black and white spots, just to let you know. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'll photograph it and I'll stick it in there. And it's very, very close to done. We've got hair. The glow weapon is almost completely done. We've got to do something about just the tip. Let me take a look at who is out there. But first, let's close these bottles. How about that? How about we just close those before it ends up before it ends up a crisis. because I have a feeling, yeah, that's not. Oh, these bottles. These bottles. I tell you what. These bottles. Oh! Okay, where is the, there it is. Where's the pokey thing? It's pokey thing. Okay. There. This way we don't have this accident. Okay. Oh! Knocked it over, but it didn't spill. That's because there's really not much left in that one. All right. Okie doke. Let's see. Boy, we have made some progress on this guy. This guy will be done. It really is still kind of an ice armor. I didn't really get quite totally white out of that. I don't think. But it's okay. I have white armor on a lot of troopers, so. Thank you, Joe Skynet. Hey, hi, my friend. How are you? I went over that cloak again. I still don't like it. I'm putting it in simple green. I went over the cloak again. I'm working on a different style. And I got the, here's the, let's see. This is light direction. There we go. There's your light direction. That's how it's flowing. But I went back in and I did it again. And I'm working on a different style on this one. So we'll see how it works out. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really did enjoy, I really enjoyed working on it, but it's just not, it's not giving me what I want. So I'm probably gonna paint it again. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll leave it. But yeah, well, I actually, you had mentioned that maybe some texture would be good. And that's what I did with the wings here too. So I got the texture thing as in, I know that one. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe we'll try, you know, a little bit on here and see how I like it. So I was gave a kind of a sheen look to one side, kind of a matte look to the other. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. I do love the dynamic colors. That much I can say. So, all right. We are out of here. Let me go see you guys who we're going to go give the love to today. Does anybody know if Orchrist is streaming? Let's try that. All right, let's see. Where can we go where there's technical? Gotta get some technical, right? I know. You know where we can go where there's technical? How about we raid Reaper Miniatures today, Geek, because they are doing technical. They're doing pro tips. I'm gonna go to Reaper. I've actually, I got a pretty big circle. I do love Phoenix Miniatures though. I do, Joe. I do. But we're gonna raid Reaper Miniature today. I am going to gather a little black. Okay. So we're not doing that apparently, guys. collided in passing. We would have been like ships in the same channel. You aren't even gonna. Okay, well, you know what? I'll tell you what. I will most definitely give it a little whirl here. We'll give you guys another hour. How does that sound? You guys are not gonna believe. So, hey, long time no see, Twisted Doma. So we were just gonna raid you guys. No kidding. We were just gonna raid you guys, like, for reals. And then you landed in our lap. Hello, everybody. Welcome from Reaper Miniatures. I am Captain Madlove. Currently, we were painting. We were doing today's Technical Tuesday, and on Tuesdays we do a lot of technical stuff. What we did today was some white ice armor. We did some pin line shadowing, and then we played kind of a when you need a little time out from the technical stuff. I was showing everybody how you could take something like a set of wings, make it really fun, and then just kind of relax doing it, where it wasn't as much stress. As this is very tiny armor, so we were doing a lot of little teeny tiny, and sometimes that can become really monotonous. What were you guys painting over there? What were you working on today? I saw the word pro tips and I thought, well, that looks like where I should go, because they're doing technical stuff, and everybody in here was watching the technical stuff. So do tell me what you were working on. We were just showing off one of your dragons that I had been working on, because we were using some metallic in ways that enhance the miniature without taking it over. A Wraith Necromancer. Oh, that sounds crazy. Can you link that to me, Valander, so I can see it, just to see what the miniature is? Well, welcome everybody. Welcome aboard our crazy pirate ship. I guess what I do have, that we can work on today, you guys, if you want to do some more technical stuff, I am totally down for it. If you feel like that, please let me know. We have done white armor, pin lining shadows, and relaxing with a pair of wings. Oh, and texture. We did some texture today too. Thank you, Valandar.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you, lady. Ketchera. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Let me see what Valander has sent me here. I want to see what you guys are working on. Oh, that's beautiful. I love the flowy fabric and all the creepy little skulls. Oh, and it's got a book. Valander knows how I feel about books. I love books. I got a little guy, look at this tiny little guy I've got here. It's like this tiny little guy, and look, he's got a tiny little book. Yeah, tiny little book. So we just finished up the texture on this wing here. These wings here. Hang on, let me get back to the correct page. And I was showing everybody how to make a little bit of texture on that, and then we were just finishing up the final touches on the little spots that are on the wing. That was to bring back a little bit more of the texture and the dynamics of the colors, because we had used, let me get that focused in for you guys. We had used a little bit of metallic to lift the colors, and to give it a little bit of a sparkle. And on the inside, then we were doing a smooth version, and we were using washes as glazes, and then the underneath of the glaze is metallic, which gives it kind of like a pearlescent sort of an effect. But I wasn't doing the texture spotting on the inside. It could be a little bit overwhelming when both sides are the same, depending on what you're doing. Thank you very much, TC. How are you? Yeah, we are working on the final details of this. So one of the things that I wanted to do I thought maybe I might, there's a lot of Reaper peoples here, and maybe pulling out a Reaper model, but maybe we'll just continue with the finishing up these textured wings. So one of the things I wanted to do was get a little line on the edge. Little things that you can do to add a little bit more expression. And sometimes adding a really dominant color like white in an area that's so dark really helps. Also, because there's light, we don't want to do it on that side. Because there's light over here, we can do the edge of that. But you see how that versus this, you see? Well, thank you. And then because we have light, we can probably grab that right there. So you see how a little, just a little bit of an edge touch there. Now, oftentimes to cover adequately though, you might need a couple layers of white. Unless you are using the Chimera paints, that might be the exception to the rule. Now, do you see what that does? Now what you want to do, well, of course I had to go. I was going to do that anyway, so I'm going to show you that next. But now you want to take a brush and you want to get the edges. You want to use the side of the brush. This is not edge highlighting. This is how you would do edge highlighting. But this is more of an edge dynamic. So this is an edge highlight here. But we are doing this to make the wings really pop. Kind of creating a frame. Now, do you see it? Oh, did my stream crashed? And then we're going to take and create a dynamic on the front of the wing also to frame her. I have a very special brush. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here. And put very fine lines on the inside of the wings here with the white. So it becomes more like a pattern on the miniature than any kind of a highlight or anything. You'll see it become a pattern. You don't want to thin your paint too much when you do this, if you're doing it. I will show this to you close up and you will see the effect that it creates. It's actually really, really cool. Also, it saves you the time of all the little striations. And what that's going to do when we're done... Dark side! You crazy! Oh my god! Stop already! Oh, you crazy, crazy man. I keep thinking you're leaving. I was leaving. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Oh my God. It helps keep the dream alive and the boat afloat. I know you know that. I know you do. Oh my gosh. We'll have to get together sometime and have some Carolina barbecue. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Now Darkside's got me all befuddled, and so I can't focus on what I'm doing. Messing up my world. You're gonna mess up paint job. Mess up my paint job here. I did. I haven't had a chance to read anybody's Valendar. I haven't had a chance to read everybody's. I asked several people that were part of the crew for it. You have to finish working. Thank you, Darkside, so much for coming in. Really, thank you. And thank you for taking care of me. Okay. Well, you just leave the door unlocked. Thank you, Darkside. I appreciate it. Thank you for taking care of me. You take care. Have a good day at work. I'll see you on Tuesday, Friday. Maybe. On Sunday, I'm doing a dual stream. A ladies' dual stream with a friend of mine. Can we get a shout out, somebody, for Love and Music? I'm gonna get actually I've got some, hold on, I can mix a little bone color over here. Little shout out for Love and Music, you guys, to go give her a follow. She popped in briefly, was lurking. So I'm doing a co-stream with Love and Music, you guys, on Sunday. We're gonna be working on our rainbow bus. We Love and Music and I painting our bus. If you guys want to come in and hang out and participate and paint along, that's going to be on Sunday. There we go. We got to get these little talons painted a proper color. They're totally not working like that. They don't look good dark like that, and they're not going to look good white. Oh, there we go. We're going to go with a cork on some. There we go. Okay. Now, here's the part where you got to get the brush. Everybody's got one at their desk. A brush that's got that that little curved tip. You know, the one you left in the rinse water. The one you left in the rinse water. So for all you people that are out there, I might should have said this when there's more people out there, but you know we have a contest going on right now, right? There is a contest currently. Go to Captain Madlove, CaptainMadlove.com, and all the rules and regulations are there. We are having a contest. There's over $1,000 in prizes. There is a first, second, and third prize in every category. So if you guys are interested in getting involved in a contest, it's the Captain's Champion Challenge. And it's good fun. It's not anything large, like you don't have to paint anything that's big and extensive. You can go there, you can read the rules, and you can see what you think. Maybe you'll want to get involved. We have a channel open for everybody. It's a no social media post so that we can keep everything a secret from our judges. I appreciate it. If you do, FML, will you do me a favor and watch it on YouTube? That's where we keep all of our videos. We keep our VODs on YouTube, you guys. So if you're interested in finding out what we have going on, that's VODs from the past on Technical Tuesday. If you watch on YouTube, it'll help with our hours, FML. I will appreciate that. Oh, and this texture idea is like a really, really good way. I'm about ready to knock out the bones on the inside. And then for the most part, they're pretty much done. These are pretty simple, but expressive. But we're going to go for the bones on the inside, you guys, at this point. You need to enter the worst painter. So what I'm going to do is kind of a little bit of a overbrushing. All right. So because these areas are raised, I should be able to get in here. First, I'm going to use, I kind of want to get a bit of a dark color. Okay. And so that I can hit the low points. Okay, so I'm going to come in here and hit the low points as we come out towards the ends. But this way I can kind of separate. Then I'll choose a lighter color. So I kind of stagger the color. And then I'll choose the really light color, which is the bone. Yeah, I guess I should tell you what colors they are. So it's the bone, and I took the bone and I mixed the bone with a little bit of a dark brown. Now, you want to do your very best to stay out of the recesses. Okay, because really what I don't want to like just dominate with that, but I do want to make it kind of stand out. Now, one of the things I can recommend before you do this that I didn't do and should think about doing, so something to think about doing is varnishing. If you varnish, then make a mistake with your colors, the varnish will allow you to wipe your mistake right off. Okay. Then I'm going to come in here with a little bit of, I mixed a wee bit of white. Remember, again, this is on the table. So we're going to come in here with some little areas to hit that might not normally have highlights that strong. Okay, this way we can kind of see the inside of the wing and the bones. And we're going to do the same thing. Now this is the side that has the light, so we're going to be a little bit stronger in our lights on this because it's the side that is facing the light. Okay. Then I'll get that little bit that's got the white in it and then kind of hit a few areas with that. I'm using the side of the brush. Okay. So you kind of get the feel of the little bit more, if you want to bring any of the tones down on that, you can just go in there with the Rec Blend and glaze over it, and it'll bring it down. One thing we might want to do is just kind of grab this little area in the shadows here on this part that kind of looks like a hand. And just make sure that the palm is sort of shadowed well so that you can see it. There we go. Get that. But now you can kind of see the wings standing out, right? Each of these little talons, I will use sepia on them, which is a wash by GW that I use a lot for teeth and bones. I also use a couple of them by Army Painter, like Flesh Tone works pretty good. We could use that one. And then, like, if you wanted to calm these bones down a little bit in some areas, this would be just the right shade to not make it too calm, okay? But just enough to add a bone-like color would be the sepia, and still keep the dynamics of your really bold highlights. I save my sepia when it starts to get gooey in the bottle. Is one of my favorite times to use it. It takes a long time to get it that way. It's a good color in here. Okay. Now you got a little bit of shine inside the wings, a little bit of gloss inside the wings. You've got these little bones standing out, and then you've got the other side of the wings here. And then you're going to want to come to the other side of the wings, and we want to kind of do a similar thing to the bones. The only thing is that on the back side, because the bones are recessed like they are, it's a whole nother situation. So you've got to get a brush that has a small tip, but not necessarily a pointed tip. The reason is because you want to kind of dust gently, if that would be the right word. Very, very little butterfly kisses of a drier paint, what I refer to as damp painting rather than dry brushing. It's a damp brushing, so you have less water, but not dry brushing, and less paint, but not painting. And you're going to dry everything off on the paper towel. So we'll go for those same colors that we used on the other side. Now, mind you, you're painting on black, so you will not need the color to be mixed as bright as you do on the inside, because this is almost black. And you want to have a fairly dry brush for this. Fairly, just enough moisture. Hold on, I need this hood. Just enough moisture to where that's like too much. Best thing I can tell you is don't thin your paint too much. Okay. Spread it out on the palette like this so it dries a little bit, so your paint is a little bit drier, your brush is a little bit drier. And then that way you should have a little bit better luck with it. Sometimes it takes a few layers. And you may have to come back in and catch your shadows again. It's possible. Just little ones, like maybe between his fingers and whatnot. And you want to try to keep it out, too much paint from going into the recesses. Now, if it does get in there, don't stress yourself, because you actually, it's easier to come back and get those little areas on the sides of the bone. I'm going to take there a little bit of the bone color and hit the areas where the bones are standing up. like the little knuckles. Okay, it's not, notice it's not like terribly overwhelming. Okay, we're trying to keep it, oh, sorry. About knocked myself out there. We're trying to keep it a little bit subtle. Getting these ones that are on the ends here. And these. You can also use a very, very fine brush if you are experienced enough with a really fine tip and get in here and just be like just ever so light a glaze. Then we'll want to come back in and we'll really want to get it like either super dark brown. You want to thin some super dark brown, maybe even the tiniest bit of black to get in between his fingers. Some little striations here that'll really bring out some strong dynamics. I noticed there's like a hose that I think I might not have noticed before. Getting right beside, this is pin shadowing, okay? This really makes things stand out. I'll show you up close in a minute so you can see the difference that that makes. Also, if you're not good at trailing the brush, maybe you have hand tremors. Dots, little dots in places. Just go in, make a dot, and then go back in and make a dot beside that dot. It'll really help. Oh my God, baby. I'm sure that he waits for the tedious stuff. Okay, now let's take a look at this closely so that you can see the difference. And last but not least is if you even go a little bit higher on your white. Still using the bone because you don't want it pure white, okay? What's up, Wavy? We're doing a little crazy Warhammer painting here today. Just finishing up this, dude, like, I've been calling it the wrong name or something. It's not Drakari, right? It's Eldar. Okay, good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to bring, you're going to take the white, as in like white. Ivory is probably a better choice. And you're going to come in here and you're going to hit your highlights and drag down a little bit from them. Okay. I'm going to use the side of my brush and really get that one good. Okay, now I'm going to take that Seraphim and I'm going to thin it a little bit and I'm going to put it over those bones. You know, I don't know. I received this a couple of years ago, so yes, maybe. Okay, so check it. Okay. So I'm going to take the Seraphim and I'm going to glaze the color and the bones. Okay. And donezo. See the difference? I did forget his, hang on, I'm going to bring it right back up to the camera. Hold on just a second. I forgot the, there. I forgot the hose. Hmm. All right. That is so close, you guys. So close to done. Yes, that's what it is. I want to say it's the Scourges. That's the one. Thank you, Wavy. Thank you. Look at that. Like a hippie. Geeking out gaming. Let me get... All right, we're going to take this party and we are going to take it over to somebody else. I am starving. And we almost, like for real, we almost completed this bad boy. And I think probably covered a lot of ground. Like look at, there was like 2 or 3 different types of texturing. I'm going to look it up right now, Geek. And white armor. Don't tell me, don't tell me. My phone's telling me. It's telling me like, what? Okay. What it's telling me is, oh no, it is plugged in. No, it is not plugged in. It is plugged in. Okay. Let us see. Let's go to Phoenix Miniature Art Geek. Thank you so much, Paint Monkey. I do appreciate that. I will see you, Paint Monkey, on Friday. It's Tuesday. You guys, on Sunday, we have a co-stream with Love and Music. So we're going to be picking up, remember the bus that I was painting? We are going to be picking this up on Sunday. All right. So you guys, between now and Friday, you know the drill, right? Self-care. If you do not care for yourself, you cannot care for anything else. And I will see you guys on Friday. Keep your eyes open for me in social media. If you are not subscribed to my YouTube, please, please, please. We just hit the 500 people marker. The next marker is 1,000. We are headed to a specific criteria in YouTube that we are trying for you guys. So anybody who's not subscribed on YouTube, if you would please go there, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for watching. Also, thank you very much, Darkside Creations, for your donations today. I greatly appreciate it. And I will see you guys all on Friday. Grab those brushes, paints, minis, and get your fucking paint on.
Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate. Never wondered? Pick a side. Twix. Right, so next up, I want to get these gold orbs back in. My biker mice from Mars still haven't arrived. Sucks. Captain Mad Love.